What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We're living like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. Evenings been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
Eyes, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive. What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We're living like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. Evenings been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
Eyes, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive.
Short again, this one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sailing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid-wicket. Excellent take-up.
polish off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
Again, this one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sailing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid-wicket. Excellent take up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You wasted taking me out. Can't make you happier now.
Eyes, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive. What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive.
minds in the middle of you. You always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
Eyes, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, 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 we come alive.
Oh, what this one? She's bold. She's bold, that one.
Short again. This one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sailing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid-wicket. Excellent take up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won. Oh, what this one? She's bold. She's bold, that one.
Short again. This one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sailing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid-wicket. Excellent take up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark.
Maybe I was probably 6 years old, and I still remember, I think it's not just the bat. Even if I would take my mom's purse and I just made it as a bat, anything in my hand was a bat. So I think that's what made my parents think that I had to get onto the sport. They've played a huge part, giving me what I want to do, giving me the time, and coming out there, dropping me to practice sessions 3 times a day, being there, my mom staying there. So I think it was a full-time job for her, and I think she sacrificed a lot, and I'm here probably because of all the sacrifice that they've done. The fact that I've been there and seen that, and I can draw some experience out of it, and just not under 19 or under 21 that I've played. I also played England when they toured, playing against them, the warm-up games, playing the World Presidents 11, Board Presidents 11, West Indies or Australia, New Zealand. So I've basically played them all. So I think just to know where international cricket is, I think just gives me the experience, and I know I can draw those experience when I go there. See, I think West Indies traveled to India sometime in 2003, and I think they had just started off then. And I remember playing them, and a Board Presidents 11, we won against them. And I saw them back after 3 years, and they were already world champions, and they were beating some of the best teams. So what I think is we can draw that experience and draw that inspiration, and I think we're capable of doing that, and that's where we are today. And we have really good players, and I think as a team, I think we have enough experience to pull the team through.
We used to play like cricket at home, beach cricket, house cricket, indoor cricket kind of thing, just at home, one bump cricket and stuff. But my dad was posted in Calcutta, so when I was there, we went to Vivekananda Park, and we heard that, women play cricket there. So we went to check it out, and I started bowling in the nets, and then of course batting some. And then they said the West Bengal team was going for under 16 tournament, All India. So they selected me, and that's how it started. When you go for cricket coaching, you learn technique, left elbow up, and how to bowl the ball and stuff. But when you play gully cricket, that's where you know how do you score runs. So yes, the technique is there, but then the objective of a batsman is to score runs and for a bowler to take wickets. So that's something you can really see that in Dhoni. So he played a lot of tennis ball cricket or gully cricket, and he plays unconventional shots, and he's able to pick gaps and stuff. I think that's a lot due to gully cricket. She's very determined, so that determination is something I've learned from her, and that self-confidence. No matter what, she has that confidence and belief in herself, and I'm still developing that. It's come far, but still a ways to go. Yeah. What I feel is people think of sports as the first career. If you can't make it as a football player, if you can't make it as an ice hockey player, if you can't make it as a basketball player, then you focus on studies, and then goes. So I would like cricket to be one of those sports that sought after sport.
Maybe I was probably 6 years old, and I still remember, I think it's not just the bat. Even if I would take my mom's purse and I just made it as a bat, anything in my hand was a bat. So I think that's what made my parents think that I had to get onto the sport. They've played a huge part, giving me what I want to do, giving me the time, and coming out there, dropping me to practice sessions 3 times a day, being there, my mom staying there. So I think it was a full-time job for her, and I think she sacrificed a lot, and I'm here probably because of all the sacrifice that they've done. the fact that
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive. What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive.
Short again. This one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sailing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid-wicket.
Well, it all comes down to this. After a wonderful, scintillating week of cricket in the USA Cricket Women's National T20 Championship 2024, the best two teams, the teams that have proven themselves to be the top of the heap The West and the Central will be meeting right here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium for the finals of this wonderful contest. The West, far and away, I would think, has proven themselves to be the best team. 3 wins, no losses, 6 points, so that's the top of the table, and a net run rate of 1.46 to the good. Central, second best team, 2 wins, 1 loss. That 1 loss, of course, has been to the West in what was yesterday's match in a bit of a dress rehearsal. So there on your screen, you see what the West team looks like. Chetna Reddy Pagadiala, Lassia Mulapudi, Varshita Jambula. In fact, I won't go through all the names. A couple to look for, of course. Captain and keeper is going to be Sindhushree Harsha, and somebody to pay attention to there. And then for the Central team, without going out through all the names, the captain Ritu Singh is somebody who's going to feature very heavily. By the way, this is Brian Walters. I'll be with you for the final match of the tournament today. Umpires on field, Brian Kane and Sandeep Gandalekar are both in position. Umpire Brian Kane at the river end, the southern end of the ground, which is where the bowling will be coming from. And the bowling, or the opening bowler, is going to be Mahi Madhavan. She's bowled very well. Maybe we'll go through some of her figures so far for the week. And then the batters in position, Sainavi Kambalipali. In fact, apologies, we may be changing the opening bowler here. We'll get through that as soon as we can. But the batters for the West, or for the East rather, are going to be Sainavi Kambalapali and Geetika Kodali. Those are your openers. Sainavi Kambalapala will take strike. Umpire Brian Kane says, let's play, and we're off and running. Goes past the outside edge. Sainavi Kambalapali is going to be your opening batter, taking strike first. And again, the opening bowler is Mahi Madhavan. Sainavi Kambalapali has batted relatively well at the top of the order. Of course, Geetika Kodali, who is opening at the non-strikers end, a genuine all-rounder. There you see her shot of her at the non-strikers end. She will impact the game with the ball and bat. Full and straight that time, looking to work it on the leg side. From here, we heard 2 noises, so I'm pretty sure that that was an inside edge onto the pad, which is why umpire Brian Kane just immediately shaking his head not out. Good start with the ball here for Mahi Madhavan. 2 deliveries bowled, nothing yet off the bat. In fact, nothing, no numbers of any kind on the scorecard just yet. This is a high-pressure match, and the West won the toss and chose to bowl first. So you can always think that when that happens, you want, as a captain, to see what the position was and be able to see what the target score is and then know how to plan your chase accordingly. Generally, that's a better way of going about it. Maybe not better, but it's certainly more preferable in modern cricket. 3 deliveries in, swipe and a miss. 4 straight deliveries. Good start here with the ball for Mahi Madhavan. And a lot of chatter around the ground. You get the sense that the electricity is a little bit higher than you'd ordinarily have seen. Again, the pressure of the final means that everybody is switched on completely. So with 2 balls remaining, a switch in the field. We've spoken this week about the power play. 25-yard circle, only 2 fielders allowed outside that circle. One is at deep point and the other is at deep cover. So you're looking for something full and you're looking for it outside off stump. Full and drilled straight to mid-off. Can't be fielded cleanly, and so they get the first run. Firm stroke to mid-off, a bit of a fumble, and so Sainavi Kambalapali is off the mark, and so is the Central team. Central team choosing, or not choosing, but having been asked to bat first. Captain Sindhushree Harsha, who is behind the stumps, directly in the center of your picture right now with the keeping gloves on. She is the captain, and she's chosen to have a bowl. So 1 delivery here remaining in the first over. And this is driven to short extra cover. Great start with the ball for the West. 1 over in the books, 1 without loss. So I mentioned that the West has been dominant this entire series. The first game that they played, won it relatively easy by 7 wickets, beating the East. Second game, they played the Southwest. They batted batted second and won by 5 wickets. Yesterday, they played against the Central team in essentially what was, this match represents a rematch of that first match. In that match, the West won by 17 runs. So they batted first, and then the Central team was not able to chase the runs. Off the back foot here, the new bowler is going to be Suhana Tadani. And she starts as accurately as you'd expect. She's bowled very well this entire tournament. The first match, she bowled 4 overs, conceded 32 runs, so a touch expensive, but she did have 11 dot balls, which is what you try to have. Second delivery, played back to the bowler herself, just past the bowler, but no run. The second match that she played, Suhana Tadani, 3 overs and 1 for 15, so she got among the wickets there. And then in yesterday's match, 1 over, conceded 6 runs, so that's all that she did yesterday. But generally bang on target with her bowling. Couple dot balls to start with here, and this one is cut away fine, deep third in position. And so just a couple of runs off the bat so far for the West, or for the Central, starting out in relatively sedate fashion. They bat relatively deep. Generally, the formula for them is to start positively, and then when the power hitters, such as the captain Ritu Singh, come in later on, they can accelerate. But starting out relatively slowly here. 2 runs on the board, 2 balls into over number, make that 3 balls into over number 2. Suhana Tadani doing very well so far. Oh, appeal for a leg before. Umpire Sandeep Gandalekar immediately shaking his head no. Very loud appeal. So I want to see what that looks like on the replay, but generally these umpires entire week have been bang on target with their decisions. So this should give us a good look here. Right arm over the wicket, slanting it in. And yeah, this is going to be high as well as going down leg. So another spot on decision by umpire Gandalekar. Back to live action. Stroked to mid-off. And a couple more dot balls. So your 1 delivery remaining in over number 2. And only 2 runs are on the board. So a relatively sedate start here for the Central team. All week you've seen somewhere around 120 and up be a challenging score. So I would think that's the minimum they'd be looking for. Top edge goes to short third, and they'll sneak through for a single. Certainly didn't go anywhere where Geetika Kadali was looking to play that. She was looking to play that over extra cover. That outside edge takes it to short third, and they get a single. 3 runs already from 2 balls. So a great start again with the ball for the West. And that is the end of over number 2. Maybe we'll go through now what the Central team has done so far. 2 wins and 1 loss. The first game they played, batted first, scored 118 and won that by 21 runs as the Southwest was not able to chase. Second game, also batting first, 131, so a much better score there. And the East tried but fell short, all out for 114. And then yesterday's game, which I've said was essentially a dress rehearsal for today's game, the West batted first, scored 122. Quick single here, a direct hit would have absolutely seen the back of Geetika Kadali. You get the sense that a bit of pressure is building because they know that they've gotten through a few overs here without much to show for it. In fact, not a whole lot. This replay played into the offside, and look at this, a clean pickup and a throw. Yeah, she was barely even in the shot, easily 4 yards away from the crease when that ball whizzed past the stumps. So back to the last thing I was saying. In the third match that they played, the West the Central played against the West yesterday. 122 for 6 is what they got batting first, or what the West got batting first, and then Central only able to muster 105 in their reply. So that gives you what each team has done. And in this game, the West is starting out really well with the bat. That's in the air. Will it clear the fielder? No, it doesn't clear the fielder, but you misjudges it. And it's going to fall, and they run 2 runs to boot. So the ball stayed in the air for a long time. What you like to see here from the West, though, is that even though technically you can say that that was a drop, every one of the West players is applauding that fielder running around from mid-on, not able to quite get to it. You see that she sort of ran around it and misjudged it, but she did well enough to make sure that it didn't get much further than that. But the encouragement in the field is what you like to see from the teammates. It's now off the outside edge, straight to backward point. And runs really here are at a premium. And with 2 balls remaining in over number 3, believe it or not, only 6 runs are on the board. So your scoring rate is a paltry 2.25. The Central team has some work to do. Sliced away, palmed over the goalpost, if you will, at short third, really a deep gully. And that really again counts as a drop because she did get both her hands to it, but not able to hold on. Look at this, slashed outside off, and then there just over the top, got both hands to it, not able to hold on. And now that fielder has been pushed all the way back to the deep point boundary. So another single, but runs coming really at a almost like a snail's pace here for the Central team. Firm stroke, wide of mid-on, she skips over, and 1 run completes over number 3. So 5 runs coming from that over. Slightly more productive from the standpoint of where the Central team would like to be, but only 8 runs on the board after 3. So the West with a great start with the ball. 8 runs on the board for Central. And Suhana Tadani coming back for her second over. Really good start here. Accurate. No extras yet. Couple of drops, technically speaking, but a lot of pressure right now on Central. Short and whipped around the corner. More runs here. It's going to be at least 2. Don't think it will have the legs to get to the boundary, but they'll accept those 2 runs. Gitika Kodali getting 1 on her pads. That is the first, maybe relatively loose delivery that you've seen so far. Little straight going down the leg side, and Gitika Kodali helping it down to deep fine leg for a couple. So when you have pressure being built as a bowling side, the only way to release that pressure is to bowl something loose. That one was down the leg side. That's a better line. Played to square leg. Gitika Kodali looking to be a little bit more aggressive, it feels like. So the first ball worked her way around the leg side for a couple. This one worked the square leg. So 3 runs from the first 2 balls, which feels like they're starting to be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that there are things that they need to do or that they can do to manufacture a few runs here. Sanavi Kambalapale probably feeling a little bit of pressure. Only 5 from 12, so strike rate is under 50. And that is played through the offside. More runs here. Close to the boundaries where this will get. And in fact, it is pulled back just inside of the ropes. That's a good sprint. The boundary on that side of the field is about 65 yards from the center of the pitch. So that was a decent sprint back from inside the circle. And so good work to be able to make sure that that doesn't get to the ropes. But 5 runs already from the first 3 balls. So this feels like just a little bit of the Central team feeling the sense of urgency to sort of accelerate the scoring rate. Away to square leg, more runs here. It may be the first boundary of the day. It certainly does go into the ropes. And so for the first time in today's action, the central team finds the ropes into the pads again. You see that replay, that ball was slanting in toward the pads. No danger of threatening the stumps, and so that essentially becomes a free hit for the batters. I don't mean free hit in the sense that it can be out, but certainly a free hit from the standpoint that there's not much risk in playing that shot. And so drifting down the leg side and helping herself to 4 runs. So 17 runs on the board, 9 already from this over. So this feels like, again, just a bit of a change in momentum where the central team is trying to get back into the game. Smashed, and it's going to be through extra cover. This is going to be 4 more, I believe. A lot of work, a diving attempt. Oh my goodness, look at that. She made a liar out of me, that fielder running back from the covers. And she saves 2 runs. Diving attempt, tumbling to pull that one probably inches back from the rope at deep extra cover. So 2 more runs, but this easily is something that fires your bowler up. Look at this right here, diving and pulling it back. I said inches, probably 1 or 2 inches from the rope. Good work from deep extra cover. Down the leg side now. So the first time you've gotten an extra in this over so far. So easily the most productive over so far. In fact, let's take a look at this again. I thought we were going to get a look at that play. Diving attempt on the boundary. You might just see it here. Look at this effort by the fielder running back from the ropes. That is such a brilliant effort. And this now is run behind point, in fact, down to deep third, at least a couple more runs, and this does get to the boundary. So easily the most productive over of the entire match. Before this over started, there were only 13 runs on the board. After this over, with 16 having come from it, in fact, there were 8 runs on the board. 16 came from this over, the 4th of the innings, so 24 runs. An absolutely brilliant over for the central team. Here we see the replay. Diving attempt here from the fielder running back. Not quite able to get to that one. That's Giovanna Arras who was running back to try to get that. But the ball does evade her. This outfield, of course, if you've never seen this facility before, the outfield is lightning fast. And anything along the ground really races away. And speaking of Giovanna Arras, there will be the first change. She has the ball in hand and now will be bowling from the southern end of the ground, the river end, bowling to Gitika Kadali. So a really productive over that time means that the West maybe just a little bit on the back foot, so a change made. This is Giovanna Arras. Whipped away behind square, fumble. Oldest rule in cricket, as I've always said, don't ever run on a misfield, and maybe Sainavi Kambalapali wanted a run there, but sent back, I think, correctly by Gitika Kadali. Giovanna Arras, a tall pace bowler. Mentioned yesterday, she was probably similar in action and in impact to the lady to whom she's bowling right now, Gitika Kadali. And a couple of dot balls. So this is a good change so far. A couple of dots means that that slows down the momentum just a little bit. So this pair opened the batting relatively slow to start with. 8 runs from the first 3 balls, but first 3 overs, but over number 4 yielded 16. Looking to pull things back here with this change. Stroke back to the bowler herself. 3 straight dots to start over number 5. So you're again in the first 6 overs, you're only allowed 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, or the 25-yard circle for women. Those 2 fielders, very interestingly, are at deep third and deep backward point. So you're certainly looking for something on the fuller side, and you're looking for it outside the line of off. In the air, that's going to clear the fielder in the covers and run away to the boundary for 4. It gets there now. So just a little bit of width. I mentioned that you'd expect something full and outside off. Well, it was outside off, relatively far outside off, but I think it was short enough that that type of a shot gets away over the covers. When the ball goes square like that, then that tends to be an indication that the ball is short enough that you can play that sort of cross-batted shot. And it was sort of a top edge, but it did run away for 4. Next delivery, down the leg side, a did it flick something? May have just flicked something. Umpire Brian Kane not signaling anything other than communicating with his partner, Sandeep Gundulekar, that ball is, in fact, that there's just one run left in the over. So a good over so far. Look at this replay. Might have just flicked something. Oh, in fact, look at that. It passed between the batter and the stumps. So I missed that live. We're kind of square of the wicket here in the commentary area. So that replay confirming that that ball actually passed between the batter and the stumps. Last ball coming up. And that's played back. That's the type of delivery that you'd expect from this field. Very full, almost Yorker length, and an off stump. Played back to the bowler for no run. So good over, despite the boundary. 4 runs coming from that over, but 5 dot balls. That's a good way to slow things down. After 5, 28 without loss. So double change in the bowling. Coming now from the theta end, it will be Isani Vagela. First 2 overs from that theta end were bowled by Suhani Tadani. And Isani Vagela now bowling from that theta end. Bowling now to Sainavi Kambalapali. Full and outside off. Too far outside off for the liking of umpire Sandeep Gundulekar, who is in the center of your picture right now. Bottom left of your screen, the graphic that we introduced yesterday. And it is now going to be, there you see just 2 fielders outside the circle. Both of those fielders are square of the wicket on the leg side. Good representation of it there. Slash and a miss, or did she bowl her? I think she knocked her over. My goodness, the first wicket goes. Isani Vagela getting that one very full, and a big drive and a miss by Sainavi Kambalapali. Look at that delivery. It curved back in beautifully, moved it in the air, and then also off the pitch. So that becomes a delivery that, my goodness, you're going to have to be a really good batter to not get that, have that one disturb the furniture. Actually kissed the outside of the off stump. So it started on about a 4th, maybe even a 5th stump line, but curled back in beautifully. Look at this again. Look at the release point. It is released there, and then look at that ball swing back. That actually started on a 5th stump line and curled back in beautifully, moving back in slightly off of the, in fact, in the air, but then off of the seam, it dances back even more. And that is a beautiful piece of bowling by Isani Vagela. And that is the first wicket that goes down. So wide, that starts her spell, but immediately after that, finding success with that beautiful in-swinger that knocks back the stumps. Nikardoshi now into the, at the crease. And you would have heard her yesterday when we chatted for a number of minutes. Lived in Australia for a number of years and played her cricket there, but enjoys not just cricket, but a number of other sports, including weightlifting, and just a very talented young lady. But she has a different assignment here. Played off the back foot. I'll tell you what, they run for a quick single, and it was luckily getting off the mark. Maybe not the delivery wasn't played away very far, but because that fielder backward point had to dive to her left and then throw with her right, you'd have considered all of that when you made the decision to run for that run. But that really did very well to cut that one off, but they still get a single none the same. Full, hammered in the air straight, and this is going to run away for 4. That is a lovely shot by Geetika Kodali. Positive strike, knowing what she wants to do, gets on the front foot and hammers that straight between mid-on and mid-off. Mid-on and mid-off both inside the circle. So once you pierce that gap, again with this lightning fast outfield, look at that, dead straight, just right back down the ground. No bowler likes seeing the ball hit back over your head. I can tell you that that's a fact. So I would expect this next delivery to be shorter in length. You don't want to be driven down the ground, especially in that situation. This one going down the leg side now. So not quite getting the radar right the last couple of deliveries is Sani Vagela. She's gotten a wicket already, so you certainly will accept the wicket. But a 4 down the ground and then a wide down the leg side. 7 runs already from this over. And now looking to close out this over without much more fuss. Stroked into the leg side, deep mid-wicket in position. That's Annika Kolen, and she gets a good, strong throw back in. And that is a single that closes out over number 6. It also closes out the power play. 8 runs coming from that over, plus a wicket. End of 6, 36 for 1. Oh, my apologies. Still 1 ball remaining. Sorry about that. Okay, this really now will close out the power play. Oh, and she shoulders arms there, Marcus Labuschagne style. And now this really is the end of the over. Oh, it's considered a wide. Sorry. So I have to say again, we are square of the wicket here. So I don't have a sense of the line until I'm able to look at the replay. So that's why I've missed it twice. This is played back down to long on or mid on. And now that really will be the last ball of the over. End of the power play. Started out very slowly, but the central team has made a bit of a comeback. And at the end of the power play, 37 for 1 is your score. Quick look at your scorecard. Geetika Kodali, 15 from 17. And Nikardoshi, who's now at the crease, 1 from 2. And now we will have a little bit of spin coming from the southern end of the ground, the river end. This is going to be Sanvi Imadi. Sanvi Imadi is an off spinner. Apologies, a leg spinner. And that's played away square into the deep mid-wicket area. With the power play having been completed, you can now have more people outside the circle. A maximum of 4 outside. As of right now, the 2 that we easily can see are at deep square leg, make that deep mid-wicket, and long on. Everyone else is still inside the circle, so you can have 2 more outside, but they've chosen to stay with a relatively aggressive side, or aggressive field. Outside edge, quick single. I'll tell you what, that is good work. Good call by the non-striker. And that is going to be Nikardoshi, who recognized immediately that there was an opportunity to get a run there. My apologies, actually Nikardoshi faced that delivery, and it was Geetika Kodali from the non-striker's end who aggressively ran toward the striker's end. And even though that ball got hit directly to Giovanna Arras, they were able to steal a single. Played away square. It's going to be another single, as that ball was maybe thrown a little bit wayward fashion. Not quite able to get there. So 3 singles to start the spell for Sanvi Imadi. And at this stage of the innings, you really just want to get to the point where you're getting singles. And if you're getting singles here, oh my goodness, that's going to be close and stumping gone. Looking to advance down the track, Nikardoshi, and simply just got out too far. That tossed up delivery outside off with a little bit of turn from the leg spinner, goes past the outside edge, and she unfortunately loses her wicket because this one turns. Look at this, a little bit of turn going away from her. Definitely turning away from her and drifting down the leg side, and a clean piece of stumping by the captain. Sindhu Sriharsha is not just the captain of this side, she's the captain of the USA team, the USA senior women's team. So very, very good glove work. This will give us a good look again. Look at how quick that is. Just very, very quick with those hands. Easy collection, and then whipping the bails off. This will give us a good look here. Look at this. Foot in the air, and her foot gets on the ground, but still in front of the crease. That is great camera work, and that shows you how thin the margins are. So this is now a bit of a, let's say, a spot of bother. Another wicket falls off the back foot this time. The new batter is going to be Mitali Patwardhan. Facing the first delivery, that ball turning away. So the leg spinner finding immediate success here. And this is excellent going from the west. Good comeback to get into the game. In the air for a little bit and a good sliding stop. Oh my goodness. Running on the missed field. I sense that had she gone to the keeper's end, that might have been a better option. But they'll get a single, a dot, and then a single to close out yet another good over for the West. 4 runs coming from that over, and a wicket at the end of over number 7 is 41 for 2. So new bowler into the attack. It's going to be Chetna Prasad. First delivery of over number 8 played away into that wide long on area. And so the central team had a couple of good overs. This is stroked wide of, in fact, the inside edge takes the ball to short mid-wicket, short square leg, and they wanted a second run, not going to get it. But Chetna Prasad, 2 deliveries, 2 singles. And I started saying the central team had a couple of overs where things were going exactly the way that they wanted them to, but a couple of wickets after that, and you've gotten to the stage now where the momentum has been slowed down again. And the spinners so far, oh, look at this, dead ball is a call. Not sure exactly what happened there, but signaling very clearly there by umpire Sandeep Gondalekar that that ball was dead. 1 delivery bowled here in this over. Tossed up. Played into the deep, straight to Annika Kolan, sweeping on the boundary. Good, solid strike, but just a single there. So 3 deliveries into over number 8. That scoring rate is 5.87. Maybe we'll go through some projections in just a second. Played to short mid-wicket, no run. So the momentum has swung a couple of times, but this time I think it's clearly in favor of the West. Going off the back foot, still no runs, short extra cover and play again. So you're down now to the last 7 to 3 balls, 2 wickets down, 44 runs on the board. And maybe after this delivery, we'll go through some potential projections given assumed scoring rates. Full toss, straight down the ground. Umpire Sandeep Gondalekar having to take evasive action. And a good solid throw back in. So that single closes things out here in over number 8. 4 runs come from the over. Scoring rate, in fact, let's look at this replay again. Tossed up, and umpire Gondalekar with showing the agility. that I think he'll be happy to see on the replay later on. So your scoring rate, 5.63. This exact scoring rate projects to a score of 113. If you get to the point where you're scoring 6 and over, you get to 117. 8 and over from here gets you to 141. 10 and over gets you to 165, but you'd have to get to some serious hitting to get to 10 and over. I think realistically you're looking for something on the range of 7 to 8 runs and over, so something between 129 and 141 is where you'd be looking. And okay, again, if you're playing in a final, then the pressure of the final makes that target seem a little bit more daunting. Second delivery of this over, number 9, played into the deep. Sanvi Madi into her second over, 1 for 5 of her figures so far. 1 for 6 after that single. And Sanvi Madi has bowled very well. Go through some of her figures here shortly. But she's a containing type bowler, very difficult to score off of, and that leg spin works very well. You've seen where she's found the outside edge on that occasion, and then on the wicket that she got with the stumping of Nikardoshi, that ball went past the outside edge. So a little bit of turn in the wicket, and certainly exploited that time by Sanvi Madi. 3 deliveries in, 46 runs on the board. Let's see what you can get done in these next 3. Tossed up. Oh, wanting to swing down the leg side, but again, this ball is turning away from the right-handed batters. Look at this ball turn, because she's looking to play this away on the leg side, Mitala Patwardhan. But there, you see the turn going away from her, and it becomes very difficult to play. That may be a better option. Potential run out here. Giovanna Arras with a double pump and ends up picking out the non-striking end. I think that might have been an opportunity closer at the striker's end, because the batters were starting to get very, let's call it jittery, not quite knowing whether or not the run was there, but they eventually committed to the run. A throw directly to the striker's end might have had more success. Next delivery. Reverse sweep is what she's going for here, and missing out on that reverse sweep. That gives you a sense of how much the pressure is building, and that is a dot that closes things out. Here in number 9, that is the end of the over, and the score is 47 for 2. So Sanvi Madi's figures. First match that she played, 4 overs, 1 for 22. Second match, 4 overs, 2 for 18. And the third match, 4 overs, 3 for 25. So absolutely brilliant bowling by the young leg spinner. And she has played a role really that is so important in the context of a limited overs match. Anytime you can get the ball turning away from the right-handed hitters, that puts you in a good spot. And a couple of dot balls here. So the spinners are really coming to the fore. Chetna Prasad doing exactly the same thing here for Captain Sindhu Sriharsha. And so 4 delivers remaining in over number 10. So you're starting to get to the point now where you look to start manufacturing runs, because nothing is coming easily. My goodness, using the feet coming down, that's always going to be something that is tricky with the ball turning and with an absolutely world-class keeper behind the stumps. Difference here, though, Chetna Prasad turns the ball into the right-handers, and so if you're going to take the chance, you'd probably prefer to do it against such a bowler than against a leg spinner. This one played down the ground, single. The scoring rate is absolutely slowing down. The last 5 overs have only yielded 20 runs. So the overall scoring rate that was above 5, almost approaching 6 for a while, is now down to 4.97. This is played square. That's a single. By the way, that single brings up your 50 now. And by the way, I just misspoke. The scoring rate is actually now 5.07. Floated up there. This should be a single. Good commitment to the run. So you get the sense now with one ball remaining in over number 10. You're almost at the halfway stage. No, in fact, you are at the end of the halfway stage. That is the end of the over, end of the first passage of play. We'll have a very quick drinks break. 10 overs is when the umpires allow that to happen. End of over number 10, and you get the sense that the Central has some work to do. 50 for 2 after 10. We'll be right back. Back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Complex. It's going to be Chetna Reddy Pagidiyala who gets things going in the second half of this innings. Immediately gives up a single here. She's a left-arm orthodox spinner. So similar to the right-handed Sanvi Madi, will be turning the ball away from these two left-handed hitters. And you get the sense that Geetika Kodali, who opened the batting 21 from 26, may be feeling some pressure here to get things going. Good delivery, bang on target. And so she has proven to be very difficult to score off of. We'll look through her figures the next chance that we get. But the whole idea is to get the ball leaving the right-handed batters. And she's being able to do that so far. Geetika Kodali is striking this one down the ground. They may look for two. They do come back for two. The throw coming into the non-striker's end, but they get there easily. So you want to get the sense that there is now urgency to start getting through the bowling or getting into the bowling and seeing if you can change the conversation. Things have been going relatively well for the West for the last several overs, and wanting to make sure that she continues along that stead. Chetna Reddy Pagidiyala. So her first match she played, bowled 2 overs, none for 13. Her second match, she did not bowl. And then the third match, she also got 3 overs and 1 for 9. Played to mid-wicket this time, no runs. So that third match, which was yesterday's match, as again I mentioned that it was kind of a dress rehearsal for this match. Make that 3 overs, 13 dot balls in 3 overs. So if you bowl a spell where you bowl 18 balls and 13 are dots, that gives you a sense of how well you can play. Dive and stop here in the covers. Good work by Annika Kolan, but they can't prevent a single. But a good over nonetheless. Overall, I think you've seen where that pressure has been building, and just 4 runs coming from that over. End of 11, 54 for 2. So it is a double Chetna attack. Chetna Prasad now bowling over number 12. Right arm finger spinner. This is going to be a wide. Not very many wides bowled in this match so far. By my unofficial count, that is wide number 4. So generally a very well bowled match. And the over rate going in the wrong direction. Make that the scoring rate, going in the wrong direction if you're the central team. Right now it's exactly 5. And 5 and over obviously projects to a score of 100. That is hammered to mid-wicket. Oh my goodness, the running on the misfield again. And look at that. The throw was to the keeper's end. Whips the bails off at the keeper's end, but she did just get there in time. Look at the throw. This gives you a good look at it here. Oh, just getting that bat slid across the line in time. We've spoken about it a number of times. That is why you slide your bat, put something out in front of you, and make sure that that bat is on the ground as it goes across the line. That's the only thing that saved her that time. Mitali Patwardhan goes off the back foot. Geetika Kodali with a loud call. That is good work. You immediately recognize the opportunity to get a single, and you're the one running to the danger end. So that's good demonstration of good communication and good responsiveness by Geetika Kodali. 25 from 32. You get the sense now that she is going to have to take the attack on. Oh my goodness. She was feeling the same thing. Went running down the pitch. Thought she could attack the off spinner, but ends up going right past the outside edge, and she is victim of yet another stumping by Cindy Sriharsha. Look at this replay. Tossed up, coming down, and I'll tell you what, it actually went past the inside edge, turning into her. Generally, if you attack the off spinner, you expect to be hitting with the turn, and that's what Geetika Kodali tried to do there. But the ball turned maybe just a touch more than she was expecting. Goes past the inside edge. And the second stumping here by Cindy Sriharsha. So for me, this becomes the moment of the match, because this is Captain Ritu Singh who is now into the attack, or she's at the wicket. The wicket falls with the score on 57. So with 51 balls remaining, and Ritu Singh is generally a very aggressive batter. She loves to pepper the area between square leg and long on. So I'm expecting, as you would also expect for the West to know this, they're now strengthening up the leg side, putting the big or the good hands on the boundary. Look at long on, look at mid-wicket, look at square leg. Those are the areas that they know that she likes to hit. This is going to be an interesting moment here. Goes in the air just over the top of cover. A couple of runs probably. So she plays where they were not expecting her to play, but they almost got away with a wicket. That one was just off the outside edge and just clearing the fielder in the covers. One way or another, this is going to define what happens the rest of the match. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 12. 59 runs on the board. Ritu Singh, again, very aggressive. And I expect to see her continue along that same aggressive fashion. Oh, wanted to go big. Missing out on this time. In fact, that is the end of the over. Good over, a productive one for the West. And they make further inroads into this central attack. Yeah, unfortunately, I think the umpires called over. Unofficially, we had it scored as 5 balls, but since the umpires have already called over, that will be, in fact, the over. So, end of 12, 59 for 3. Over number 13 starts with a wide, being bowled by Chetna Reddy Pagadiala. And speaking of difficult names to pronounce, I am joined here in the commentary area by the young lady without whose effort all of this becomes very difficult, if not impossible. Miss Celeste DeToy, how are you?
Hey, good on you, Brian.
I will tell you, you probably know I've been involved in the U.S. cricket scene for a very long time. To be having a tournament of this magnitude at this stadium, the facilities that are good enough to host ICC Cricket World Cups, for me, it's a huge testament to where these women's talents can take them. What do you think?
No, I definitely agree with that. 100%. It's a really nice venue. The girls have been enjoying it over the last couple of days as well, getting to play here, so it's a good thing.
Played into the covers here. Oh, that ball had eyes.
Yeah.
Sneaking through the infield, and a couple of runs here. So, in fact, first I'll ask you a couple of questions about this game, and then maybe we'll go big picture after that. This game, top 2 teams, the West and the Central. They're kind of going back and forth. It's almost like a prize fight where a couple of rounds goes to one team, then the next couple of rounds go to the other team. But where do you see things from this point onward?
Well, if you look at the first couple of overs of the game, it's, like you said, up and down. So at this point in time, it's really hard to pinpoint in whose favor this is going to go.
So is that your way of saying you don't want me to ask for a prediction? Okay, so no prediction for you. But in the sense that you have a number of women on the field now who have represented the U.S., in all likelihood will continue representing the U.S. for a number of years, how important is it for players of that magnitude to play with some of the younger players to rub so that their influence can rub off on them?
Yeah, I also think that, with the US players, it is encouraging the younger players that's playing with them, help the development. So they do play a very big part in, the development of these younger players, and it's just the encouragement as well. And a lot of them have been actually doing that quite well. I know these young kids look up to the USA players, definitely, and for them it was really good getting to play with them.
Mm-hmm. Up and over cover, Ritu Singh on the charge, and this is going to get close to the boundary and get there now. So, Ritu Singh, who strike rate will always be somewhere north of 100, goes for 4 over the top of cover. That is the end of over number 13. 13 runs come from over 13, and your score is 72 for 3. So Celeste, give us a little bit of a sense of how your cricket journey took you to where you are here right now.
It started many, many years ago.
Oh, stop. You're talking to a 56-year-old man. I'm not going to be very sympathetic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so roughly about, you would say about 32 years ago is the first time I picked up a cricket bat.
Okay.
You know, back in that day, we didn't have, women's cricket was not developed at all. So in school, we had to, you know, play in the boys. And I think I can literally count on my one hand about how many active girls there was. Oh, that's a good effort. That's
Excellent
a really good
effort.
Yes. So that's how it started, and then it just picked up from there. Played majority of my cricket in South Africa, and then.
I was about to say, you have an accent. Are you from Louisiana? Somebody literally said that to me once, by the way. You have an accent. Are you from Louisiana? I was like, no.
Yeah, no, most definitely not. Yeah, and then I played in England as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, played all over, and now I'm here.
So I've personally known you for 2 years, I think. But when did you move here, and what brought you here?
So I'm been in the States for about 5 years now, coming up on 5 years, and it was actually work that brought me here initially, and now I'm doing everything but what brought me to the States, so full-time cricket now again.
Right.
Yeah, it's like once you're in cricket, he just never leaves you at all, so which is good.
So you're the USA Cricket Women's Coordinator, but the last time I saw you, you were actually on the field playing. So do you still play?
I do. If the opportunity comes up, then yes. Oh, that's really good.
That is great work. Yeah. Absolutely stunning work. At short, mid-off, sprinting in, the clean pickup, and a shy at the stumps, direct hit. That was Chetna Reddy Pagadiale. Look at this again. Look at this replay. Tossed up, stroke to mid-off, and a clean pickup and a direct hit. That's excellent work. But again, the importance of sliding the bat across the line, and you see more evidence of it there. So back to you. You still play sometimes.
Yeah. So whenever the opportunity is there, then I'll definitely play. But majority of it now is behind the scenes, if you want to say it like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
If we were to take a big picture view, and you can even be idealistic if you'd like, where can women's cricket in this country get to?
I mean, it's only up from here. I think the growth that is shown over the last couple of years, if you take in consideration about where we were 3 years ago and where we are now, and you know, there's a lot of key people that's played a big part in the growth of the women's game, and we can see it. The numbers of women and girls participating is just growing each year, so it's really good to see that. So like I said, yeah, the only way from here is upwards, definitely. And this is gonna just become bigger and bigger.
My goodness.
Brian, we're checking the ball.
10-4. So a number of things that would need to take place for us to find the opportunity to realize the full potential of the players on the field. You know, obviously it's up to the administration to make sure that opportunities keep presenting themselves. How important is it for the wider community to embrace the women's cricket as much as they have men's cricket and keep providing these opportunities for these ladies?
Yeah, that's the thing. The support is always big. You know, a lot of this was not going to be part. Oh, is that gonna?
Wow!
Just over.
Got away with that. It was in the air for a while. Running back, you cannot get past Chetna Reddy Pagadiale very easily. She's very athletic. You saw from that direct hit a couple of overs ago, but this one just clearing her. Anyway, finish your thought.
No, definitely with, especially with the communities and everybody else, their support has been really crucial as well. there's a lot of people that also have put a lot of time and effort into this, and that at the end of the day helps the growth and the development. And if we don't have that, then it will basically stop there.
Absolutely critical. That element cannot be overstated.
Not at all. They play just as a vital part as anybody else.
So, you said that you've been involved. You prefer to be behind the scenes, but now you're on, let's just say you're on the big stage. What constitutes success in this tournament for you?
I mean, I think that is quite a... Oh, is that... Oh. It's one bounce. Quick.
You were saying?
I think if you want to ask what a successful tournament will look like, I mean, I think there's a lot of big moving parts. But, at the end of the day, it's the players, it's the volunteers, it is the staff, it's USA Cricket. Everybody plays that role into making this a success. I don't think there's one particular aspect that you can point out and say, well, if that happens, then this is a success. I think it's a lot of things that comes together, and a lot of people and hard work that comes together that will make this a success.
Well, I happen to be looking at the YouTube feed now. It appears that there are about 136 people watching and obviously listening. What do you want them to know about US cricket, or about US women's cricket? Let me specify.
About US women's cricket? I mean, again, it's I want everybody to to keep on supporting the women. Support, like I said, what we spoke about previously. It's a very, very big, important part of all of this, and it's just they need to continue to keep up the support these girls and women, get involved. It doesn't matter any way, shape, or form within their community. Just get involved in the game, help us grow, and it shows.
By the way, if there are any of you who are watching and or listening and would like to ask a question of Miss Celeste DeToy, please contact us. If you have my personal number, feel free to reach me there, or you can find us on Twitter at USA Cricket. Tag us there and then ask whatever questions you would like, because I happen to be very, very passionate about being able to help the women's game grow. Quick look at this LBW shout. It's actually Isani Vagela back into the attack. Yeah, that's drifting well down the leg side, but she's swinging the ball a lot. That ball is curling back in.
Yeah.
Yes, the ball is 15 overs old and she is swinging it. That is excellent, excellent bowling by Isani Vagela. Oh, I just got a pop-up question. This is going to be a good one. You are on the hot seat, Miss DeToy. Are we ready for this?
I'm listening.
In fact, I need to wait till this ball, because I need to give you time to absorb this question.
Sure.
Bang down the ground,
shot.
but
And
coming in. Oh, she put it down. I'm sorry, I just kicked you in excitement. Ritu Singh hit that very solidly,
Yeah,
but
that
it was catchable. And you'll see on the replay here, this goes straight down the throat of the fielder at long on, and she comes running in. So maybe she came in just a touch too far. It hits her maybe in the chest. And you see her rubbing her chest now, unfortunately. But back to you, the question that you're about to get. And for me, this is an important question, because it comes from a young lady who you may have seen in Prairie View. She's the media director for the city of Prairie View.
Okay.
So her question is, what are your thoughts on grassroots cricket development in underfunded towns and areas in any city?
Yeah, that is a good question. Definitely, we've seen it over and over that grassroots level is the most important. That was as close as it gets. Yeah.
I hate to disagree with you. Had that hit, that would not have been close. She's short by 2 yards.
Yeah.
And the slide, obviously you had to slide, but look at this. Look at the throw here. Nowhere in the shot.
Yeah,
Oh,
just look how close that almost just brushed her.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. That kisses the bail. She's
Yeah.
gone. But this stage of the innings, you want to start pushing the needle to see what can happen.
To get back to that
Yes,
question,
uh-huh.
So definitely we all know grassroots is one of the most fundamental parts of any cricket player's development. When it comes to the communities that she's talking about, again, it's just about how those communities comes together and, you know, put a plan in motion to see how that can be, you know, started up and just to keep it maintained. Just definitely maintaining it. But yeah.
I lived in Houston for 22 or so years.
Yeah.
The city of Prairie View, obviously just outside of Houston. Ritu Singh is starting to wind up. She knows you're starting to run out of balls here. She's down to the last 24, so she's going to start hitting.
Yeah.
So I also know that the city of Prairie View, even though it's, let's just call it, in the shadow of Houston and not a whole lot of infrastructure around the city, but the facility itself, Prairie View Cricket Complex, is one where I think there's a lot of potential, and potentially with the caveat that you're going to need some support there. Potentially that facility can continue to grow to essentially be the hub of cricket activity in the country. And it feels kind of weird to say about a city that has some 5,000 people living in it. It's not very big, but potentially if you sort of marshal whatever resources you can, it could be an area that sort of reaps benefits into the future.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Like I said, it's about the community that comes together, the support, coming up with a plan, and then, you know, keep the momentum going on the plan.
So you're now down, back to this game actually, to the last 21 balls. Make that the last 20 balls because the bowlers, Sanvi Madi herself, I think has been spectacular. Now bowling over number 17. Isana Vagela swinging the old ball like it was still the new ball. And I'll tell you, things are going to be very difficult from here for the central. Toward the gap, deep mid wicket, does she get 4?
Yeah.
She does get 4. That is a proper cricket shot.
Very
Natalie
good placement.
Patward. Absolutely. In fact, talk me through what you just saw.
She was picking the gap, and yeah, if you look at the replay, just look at, yep, she knew exactly where she was going to hit that in the gap, dividing that 2 fielders. Yeah, it's a really good shot.
Wow, excellent. So you're now into the 90s, 1 ball remaining in over number 17. So you're down to the last 19 balls, 93 runs to get, or 93 runs on the board. And a dot here to close things out in over number 17. So the scoring rate picking up just a touch, 34 runs in the last 5 overs. That means that there has been some acceleration. 5.47 runs and over overall. 5.47 runs projects to 109. Is 109 runs enough for a final?
Yes and no. I think it's about how you then you come out and you defend that. But I think we've seen over the last couple of days that any score about 130 plus was a little bit difficult to chase down every time. So, you know, 109, if you come out and you defend it, you know, bowling really good, your fielding is on point, then definitely.
Wow. So Isana Vagela bowling her 3rd over, 1 for 12, and swinging it around corners, bowling to Ritu Singh. Interesting matchup here. Yeah. Bang into the deep, a lot of work for, in fact, not too much work because Annika Kolan doing her best.
Really
fires at the non-strikers or at the strikers' end. She gets there, so the urgency is there. Ritu Singh, actually, that time not sliding the bat across the line. She won't see, or she won't like that when she looks at it later. But you know she wants to get back on strike. 18 from 17, like that 20 from 18 after that double. And the ball was struck into the deep. I thought they would have settled for one, but she wants to get back on strike, wants to accelerate from here. Down the ground, catchable, landing just short. Boy, it landed just short of the fielder, long off, coming off the ropes. But my sense is that from here, in the next 16 balls, you will see plenty more of this.
A lot of big shots, yeah.
Yes.
There's a lot of big shots that's coming.
Big shots are definitely coming. So this partnership now worth 37 or 39 runs. Came together when the score was 57. It's now 96 for 3. Played away through the offside. Diving stop at backward point. That, I believe, is Giovanna Arras. That's a good stop.
Good fielding, yeah.
She probably saves 3 runs there. Now, it does mean that Ritu Singh is back on strike. So watch deep mid wicket, watch long on, watch square leg. Because she is aiming for the fences, I guarantee it. 21 from 19. And only 15 balls remaining, 7 wickets in hand. I absolutely expect her to be swinging for the fences here. Oh, that did not go where she was looking for it. Huge back lift, huge wind up, using all of her power, and just unfortunately under-edging that one. So a precious dot ball. Oh, I have another question for you, Miss Celeste Du Toit. You're back in the hot seat, and I will ask the question immediately after this ball.
Sure.
Played off the back foot.
There
Good
we
looking
go.
shot.
That's
That
a
may
really good
get a
shot.
boundary. That may get to the boundary. Gets there now. Absolutely brilliant shot. I'll tell you what. So she hits very big down the ground and on the leg side, but this is a proper cover drive, and that gets all the way to the boundary for 4. So the question that I was just asked that I'm now going to be relaying on to you. Oh my goodness. Let's see.
I'm listening.
Oh, I missed it. There were a couple of questions asked. Okay, so yeah, you might be here for all game. Okay, hold on. After this ball. Last ball of over number 18 coming up.
Oh.
Ooh, what happens here? Wanted to go for the big swing, misses out.
Swing and a
Precious dot ball closes things out in over number 18. 8 runs coming from it. 100 comes up, by the way. 101 for 3 after 18. Miss Du Toit.
Yes.
What are U.S. and this is from a man who I've known for a very long time. The point of personal privilege, when my son played his first cricket tournament right here in Dallas, this was 2012, somewhere around there. This man was the coach of the opposing team, Clint Copeland. He's out of the Bay Area.
Okay.
Clint wants to know, what are U.S. cricket plans for middle, high school, and potential college implementations, particularly for girls?
Yeah, so that's a program that's been much talked about as of late. So if you can get a decent structure going with that, especially with the growth that the women's game have seen, then something like that it's definitely possible.
Sure.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So let's separate what is realistic from what you'd like to have happen, because there are some limitations to U.S. cricket now. In fact, I'll say it after this. Down the leg side, that's going to be wide. So some things that you and I know can be done, but within the realm of U.S. cricket in the current structure, it may take some doing. But ideally, how would you like to see that get into the school system? What can happen there?
Yeah, so I mean, ideally, what we would like is, for cricket to get into the schooling systems, and it becomes a competitive game. But cricket is, I think it's getting much more recognized and a little bit more popular than it was 2 years ago. I would say a lot of Americans are more aware of it, and the interest is definitely. Oh, that's a good shot. What a shot! What a shot that is!
Wow, So Brian Kane does not or has not had the opportunity to do his signal, his unique signal for 6 much in this tournament, but she absolutely nails this. So the boundary out to that part of the ground is about 65 yards. So in fact, 65 yards,
65,
that's 65 from the center of the pitch. So add another 10, that's a 75-yard hit. That is a huge hit from Ritu Singh. And look at her to continue here. 31 from 23. Wants to go for another one here. Looking to glance it down the leg side. Not able to get anything on it. My goodness. So that was that. She put a charge into that one. There's no question that she put a charge into that. And a good comeback, by the way, from Giovanna Arras. The previous delivery was in the slot. This one is a lot fuller. So if you're bowling at the death, that's the length that you want to bowl. You don't want to bowl in such a way that allows the batter to get underneath you.
You don't want to give the batsman anything in that last couple of balls.
Ooh, huge swipe and a miss there. So this is a good matchup. Giovanna Arras, I've seen her for a couple of years. Good bowler. She, I think, in these circumstances, wants to be somewhere between like that short of driving length or absolutely full. Anything, obviously, that is in the slot, Ritu Singh will hit it halfway back to Austin. So, 3 balls remaining over number 19, 9 balls remaining in the innings, 109 runs already on the board. Can they get to about 120?
Oh, there goes
in
another
the
one.
air. Don't think she got all of it, though. And it is dropped, put down. Oh, that's a big drop. That is going to be a big drop. You don't ever want, well, you don't want to drop anybody, but you certainly don't want to drop Ritu Singh.
Not twice, though.
Certainly not twice. Okay, we'll get a look at this again. Skied down the ground, and the fielder coming around thought she had it covered. But to her credit, she does well enough to pull it back from going over the rope. So she saves a couple of runs. Down the ground, that's a better length for me. All the way full, that way she can't get underneath it. So
I think 120, 125 would definitely be a competitive score.
125 would be a competitive score. Okay. And this is less of a question and more of a statement. As the requests are coming in thick and fast. Are you ready for this one?
I'm listening.
1 ball remaining here in over number 19. Giovanna Arras into her second over. This will be all she bowls, of course. This is the penultimate over of the innings. Scoop shot. Have not seen that one before.
There we go.
She'll get maybe just 1. They wanted a set. In fact, no. Tell you what. Just for a second, I thought there might be a run-out opportunity there, but they get back without much fuss. 12 runs come from the over, a productive one. Look at the scoop again on the replay.
That's a good shot.
I'll tell you what, how far has cricket come compared to old guys like me who want high front arm and punching it down the ground to see women playing scoop shots to fine leg? Okay, this is less of a question, more of a statement.
Sure.
Getting USA Cricket sanctioning for women's tournaments is a big challenge. And the implication is that they need your help to accomplish that. So it sounds like you need to barge into a couple of board meetings and throw your weight around. Celeste, can we count on you for that?
I have to get back to you on that one.
All right. So, over number 20 about to be bowled. Giovanna Arras, his 2 overs go for 16 combined. The last one went for 12, though. So, about to go into the last over. And again, this is going to be Isani Vagela. 3 overs bowled, so this is going to be her last over.
Ooh.
Swipe and a miss. No signal from the umpire. I think maybe Mitali Patwardhan was begging for a wide there, but not coming. So precious dot ball to start things in over number 20. And you're now down to the last 5. What can you manufacture in these last 5 balls? Can you get 10 runs? Let's see. Tries the scoop again. I would think that the better option would be to look to tap the ball somewhere, anywhere, to get Ritu Singh back on strike.
Yeah.
Couple of dots. They don't want to concede any. In fact, Ritu
There
Singh
you
is
go.
going down to talk to her right now.
Yeah,
I
just want
suspect.
to keep rotating the strike.
Oh, yeah. I suspect she's saying something exactly like that. A single is fine. Number one, it gets me back on strike.
Definitely. I mean, back-to-back dot balls on the last over.
Yep.
It's not something you want to see.
Oh, she tries
there
to
we go.
scoop again. Do they run for two or does Ritu Singh stop? Yep. Oh, she comes
no,
back
she comes
for it.
back.
Interesting. All right, I'll put you in the mind of Ritu Singh. Would you have stayed or would you have gone back for the second one?
I mean, if you look at the way that Ritu's been hitting the ball the last couple of overs, then you definitely want Ritu on strike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not that Matalia is not capable at
Sure,
all.
sure.
You know, but you always just want the one who's been striking it quite nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Especially when there's 3 balls left. Yeah.
Yep, 3 balls left.
Mm-hmm.
Got to run here.
Yeah,
Oh,
have
going
to
for
go.
the run. My goodness. Raising the finger is umpire Sandeep Gondalekar. A big swipe and a miss. This should give us a good look here, but for me, this looks out. Oh, my goodness. Absolutely. I think that is hitting in line with off stump and probably crashing into middle leg. Again, she's bowling in swingers. She's been swinging it all day. And that is a good delivery. Exactly the type of delivery that you want to bowl at the death. And unfortunately for Mitali, who batted very well.
Yes, she did. Yeah.
See the replay
Played
here
really,
again.
really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh
really
my
good death bowling.
goodness. Yeah.
that's
exactly
really good.
what you want to have happen. So, now the conversation that umpire Gondaleka would have had with himself is that impact in line or is it outside the line of off stump? It was, for me, right in line. Maybe you can make a half an argument that it was outside, but I think enough of the ball would have been inside that line that he was satisfied that that was good enough.
Yeah.
2 balls remaining. New batter, Jessica Wulathkamua. In the air, this is going to land safely, and Ritu Singh will get the last strike. She will never in a million years come back for the second.
No.
So you're at 116. A boundary here gets you to exactly 120. So there we go. Mid on or long on dropping back.
Yeah.
Mid wicket dropping back and square leg in position. So expect something big. Cover coming off the boundary. So they're not looking for anything going on the offside here. And this is over or last ball of the over coming up. Slower delivery. That is so well bowled,
That's
and she
really-
clean bowls her. What a brilliant bowling spell by Isana Vagela. She finishes with 3 for 23 from 4 overs. Brilliant stuff. Slower delivery. Absolutely taking the pace all the way off the ball, and she knows that Ritu Singh wants to attack her. And a huge swipe and a miss. Such a good delivery. My goodness. High quality bowling. There's no question that was
Yeah,
excellent.
it's fantastic last over. Yeah.
Last over, 3 runs from the last over with Ritu Singh at the crease. That was spectacular. Very spectacular. So that is the end of the innings. A quick look at the scorecard when we can see it. I think dominated for the most part by Ritu Singh and Mitali Patwardhan. And that partnership put together about 45 runs going from memory. Good start at the top, Geetika Kadali and Sainavi Kambalapali. But the bowlers, I think, did really well. So when the bowlers came on, you have to highlight the bowling of Isana Vagela, Sanvi Madi, and Chetna Prasad with 1 wicket each. And for the most part, the bowlers were all very economical. So that means that in order to lift the trophy, after about a 10-minute break, the West is going to need to score 117. Can they do it? I'm going to ask you for a prediction, and I'm going to ask you in such a way that you're going to be held to this prediction. Celeste, what's your prediction the rest of the way?
I mean, I think this is going to be a really good matchup because 117, you know, this might come very close. Might end up going down to the wire because these are 2 really, really strong teams.
Well, you heard it from Celeste the Toy, and I can tell you, just to be blunt, your efforts are so important, and thank you very much for everything that you're doing for U.S. cricket.
Sure, you're welcome.
Wonderful. Well, quick break from us here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. See you soon.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection, lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We're living like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You wasted taking me out. Can't make you happier now.
Eyes, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive. What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We're living like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You wasted taking me out. Can't make you happier now.
Eyes, we come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive.
Oh, this one, she's bold. She's bold, that one,
Short again. This one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sailing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid wicket. Excellent take up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sealing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid-wicket. Excellent take up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive. What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive.
again. This one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sealing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid wicket. Excellent take up.
Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium for the final innings of this tournament. West is going to see if they can overhaul a target of 117. You just heard umpire Brian Kane say, let's play. This is Jessica Willith-Gamoa, left arm pacer, bowling now to the left-handed Gargi Boglet. And we're off and running. This is the final of the USA Cricket Women's Senior National Championship 2024. And the two best teams have proven themselves to be the two best teams. I would say played to an even draw in the first innings. Both teams would have been satisfied with the result, I would think. And this is in the air, over the top of mid-wicket, running close to the boundary. A long run for Geetika Kodali, sliding stop, great effort in the field. She saves 2 runs for her side. How important will those 2 runs be? So she gets off the mark, Gargi Boglet, with a double to deep mid-wicket. In order to win this match, the West team has to score 117. So another 115 needed in the next 118 balls, needing to score at the rate of 5.85 and over. And Jessica Willith-Gamoa, left arm pacer, is going to be wanting to keep that ball outside the line of off stump to the left-hander, like that. And that's played to backward point for no run. A good tall right-handed or left-handed fast bowler, bowling to the left-handed Gargi Boglet. So she's looking again to keep that ball outside the line of off. Your protection in the deep is at deep third and deep mid-wicket. So you don't want to have anything too straight. You do have some protection on the leg side, but nothing too straight. And this one stays maybe just inside the wide line. So good start with the ball for Jessica Willith-Gamoa. Interesting to see who partners with her at the opposite end, at the northern end of the ground. Yesterday in the first match between these two, it was Captain Ritu Singh who took on the responsibility of bowling during the power play. This is played to mid-off, no run. And in speaking with her afterwards, she said that that was one of the things that they wanted to try, was to have a pace and spin option. I think the pace and spin option worked very well yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see if they stick with that exactly. Last ball now coming up in over number 1 of this final. Big hit over the infield. That's going to run away close to the boundary. It is going to be pulled back by Chantal Stewart, running back from mid-off. And they'll get a couple of runs, and that is a couple of runs. That means that we've gotten through the end of the first over. relatively good start for the West. You want to start putting bat to ball, and that has put you in a position where you're off and running. 113 runs remaining to be scored off of 114 balls. It cannot be any closer than that. 4 without loss. Well, as I suggested, and as happened yesterday, the captain Ritu Singh has taken the new ball, and she will partner Jessica Willeth-Gamoa in opening the bowling. So we have a pace and spin option, and the left-handed Gargi Bogle. In fact, this is Yashaditi Teki, who is the other batter, but they're both left-handers. So neither of them necessarily will like the ball turning across them or away from them. So I think this is a good option for Ritu Singh. Right arm around the wicket, off spin. Oh, this is floated up there, full toss. But I'll tell you what, they go for a single here. A quick throw to the non-striker's end, but got home in time. So a dot and then a single. I mentioned the 2 left-handed openers. When you have 2 lefties opening the batting, it's not a bad option to have an off spinner, because you've seen in the first innings today, the ball is turning. It's absolutely turning. And so if you have the ability to take the ball away from them, then that's certainly something that you should consider. In fact, it would not be surprising to see Ritu Singh have a slip. No slip in position right now, but I wouldn't mind seeing a slip fielder. A wave and a miss outside off, a dot. And I would suspect that if you have a play and a miss outside the line of off stump again, then she would consider putting a spin or slip fielder in position. Slow through the air that time. That's very well bowled. Couple of more dots. So 1 run already from over number 2, but you're bowling inside the power play. The 2 fielders in the deep are at long on and deep mid wicket. So lots of spaces everywhere else. And oh, she held off, wanted to go for the big hit. Not collected cleanly that time by wicket keeper Pooja Ganesh. And that sees signal from umpire Sandeep Gondalekar. So that's just a bye. And for those who are not familiar, a bye is a ball that gets away from the keeper and that you can run runs on. Played into the backward point area. That is the end of a really, really good over. Just 1 run off the bat and 1 bye is all you get. So 2 runs total. End of 4, make that end of 2. The score is 6 without loss. We're 2 overs into the final innings of this tournament. The West needing to score another 111 runs in the next 108 balls. So for the first time, the required rate is above 6. And a good start with the ball. He saw the West with an excellent start with the ball in the first 3 overs, but then over number 4 got away from them. So let's see what happens here. Is Jessica Willeth-Gamoa coming back into the attack. Short, a little too short though. And it's pulled away into the deep. Should be just 1. That's a good piece of work. That is a good piece of work in the square leg area. That is Sasha Valabaneni. You heard her here yesterday. Very athletic fielder. In addition to being a good cricketer, she's also an avid weightlifter. And in fact, according to her, has played about every sport that there is, including some of the more random ones that many people don't know about, like netball or badminton. or field hockey, all sports that she's played at one time or the other. So a couple runs here to start over, in fact, just one to start over number 1, her second over, rather, over number 3 overall by Jessica Willis-Gamua. A good delivery here on off stump, just making sure that that ball stays out of driving range. And that essentially is the formula for building pressure. You're bowling to 2 left-handers, so you don't necessarily have to be concerned with switching your line, because as long as you target that off stump or that 4th stump line and just peg away at that line on a good length, that essentially is a good way of building pressure. Similar type of delivery, maybe this one a little bit wider than she would have liked, but the attempted cut shot is missed. And so you are 15 deliveries into this innings, and of 15 deliveries into the innings, you've already had 11 dot balls. So the majority of deliveries in this inning so far, the West has not been able to score off of. So let's see how you can go on from here. Make that 16 deliveries and 12 dot balls. Great bowling from Jessica Willis-Gamua. And now a quick chat mid-pitch. Gargi Bogley and Yashaditi Teki want to do something different to change the relatively sedate start that they've had. As I said earlier, you saw that the West had a good start with the ball for 3 overs. And then in over number 4, 3 overs, already they had 8 runs on the board when the East was batting, or when the Central was batting. And then over number 4 went for 16. So I think you're going to want to see the Central make sure that they stay with a result like that. They run through for what I believe is going to be a leg by. There's a signal from umpire Brian Kane. So not the best of deliveries from Jessica Willis-Gamua going down the leg side, but luckily for her, not much bat was on it. Yashaditi Teki not able to get anything on there. Any bat on that, and the ball goes away for runs behind square. But now just the last ball coming up here in over number 3. Stroke straight to mid-off. That is Chantal Stewart. And she's able to protect that one from going by. A dot ball again closes things out. 2 runs come from that over, 2 runs from the over before that. Your score is 8 after 3. Ritu Singh will be bowling over number 4. In the first match that she played, she was the 6th bowler. She's now the 2nd bowler in this match. Played off the back foot. Chantal Stewart has been very busy so far in the field. Nothing gets by her so far. So the first match she played, 2 overs, none for 13. Second match, 4 overs, 2 for 23. And then she opened the bowling in yesterday's match, 4 overs, 3 for 18. So doing very, very well regardless of where she bowls. So she bowls in the very first match, she bowled in at the death. Her first over was, I believe, in over number 16. Yesterday, opened the bowling, and then also opening the bowling today. So she's being very difficult to score off of. This one is floated up there. Outside edge, she finds the outside edge. They'll get a single. That's not going to pump the 2 left-handed batters full of confidence, because that ball turned just enough to beat the outside edge. Couple of dots, and then clearly the ball off the edge that goes away for a single. So all of a sudden, pressure is being built here. And this is a stage of the innings where you start thinking big picture. This is the finals, and more times, every time you have a dot ball like that, then it becomes incumbent on you to sort of change the conversation, because you know that you don't have that much time left, and you know that even though it's a 20-over match, so you're still looking at another 98 balls to go. But it is in the situation where you're starting to fall behind. This is pulled to mid-wicket. This should give you a couple of runs if you run hard. coming back for the second run. Oh, the throw was offline. A more accurate throw might have asked a question or two. But luckily for them, Gargi Bogle and Yashaditi Teki, they'll get to the opposite end without much trouble. But this does put you in a position now. You're falling behind. 2.87 runs and over is what you're scoring at right now, but your required rate is up to 6.5. Off the back foot, struck directly to Geetika Kadali, short extra cover. And that is the end of the over. A dot ball closes things out in over number 4. 11 runs on the board, 11 without loss after 4. So Gargi Bogle and Yashaditi Teki have opened the batting. Gargi Bogle 7 from 14, Yashaditi Teki 2 from 10. So your scoring rate is relatively sedate. Gargi Bogle's strike rate is 50%, Yashaditi Teki 20. And that scoring rate is going to have to be accelerated to some extent for you to start making a push toward putting something impressive on the board in terms of going after this total. So new bowler, it's going to be Sravia Kanamuri. Jessica Willith-Gamoa with 2 overs. And she's bowled very well, as you've seen. Jessica Willith-Gamoa's 2 overs, only costing five runs, and in those 2 overs she had 9 dot balls. So 9 dot balls in 12 deliveries. That is a great start. And immediately continuing the same pressure is Sravia Kanamuri, just a dot to start her spell. There you see the weather. Look at that, 92 degrees. I will say this, the games that are later in the day are much, much hotter than right now. 92 degrees, hazy. You see right there that black bar in the top half of that graphic. There's a heat advisory. In the afternoon, the temperature will be above 100. So thank God we will be off of the field by then and hopefully in the shade somewhere. It tells you a little bit about what this is like. Using the feet well, driving to mid-off. Once again, it's been very busy day in the field so far for Chantal Stewart. She does the fielding here, so a single and then a dot, but good bowling overall. Sravia Kanamuri bowling over number 5, which means that only 1 over after this is the power play, or remains in the power play. That's hit in the air, but there's a fielder down there in the deep. Good clean pickup by Jessica Willith-Gamoa, and so that is yet another single. It puts you in a position now where you know that pressure is being built. There's only 9 balls remaining inside the power play, after which then the field can be spread out a little bit more, so scoring in theory would be a little bit harder if you wanted to hit big. This is played into the offside. Another good ball. Sravia knows that she's only conceded 2 runs already, and she's hearing the encouragement from her teammates, and it's starting to feel like that pressure is starting to increase just a touch on the West team. Using the feet again, driving to Chantal Stewart. Quick pickup and a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but yet just another single. So the last ball coming up here, 14 runs on the board. You need another 103. And in the next 90 balls is all you have left. Make that 91 balls. Let's see what they can get from here. Running it behind square. They'll get another single. This is good bowling by the central team. That is the end of the over. 15 without loss is your score, but you're only scoring at 3 runs and over. Your required rate from here is 6.8. And we'll be right back. Five overs up, last 15 to come, and the Central has gone to their longtime pacer and former USA U19 captain, all-rounder who opened the batting, coming in to bowl first change from the theta end. This is Gitika Kadali. Right on pace, bowling to the 2 left-handers. Swipe and a miss. This is going to be a little too wide. And you will accept at this stage any gifts that you get from the opposition. So Gargi Bogle with a swing and a miss there, but Gitika Kadali will have to re-bowl that. And you're defending a total that is probably a middling type of total. It's not an overwhelming total. It's not 156, but 116 is that total that means that you sort of have to gauge how and when to go after the runs. What I mean by that, in fact, I'll say it after this delivery. In the air, catchable. Oh, through the hands of the fielder at short mid-wicket and running away down the hill. Sliding effort, not able to get there, and it goes away for 4. That is Afia Kazi at short mid-wicket. It's maybe, I said over or through her hands. It maybe not through her hands. It went over her hands, outstretched hand, not quite able to get to it. And unfortunately for her, it goes away for a boundary. Solidly struck, but it does go away for a boundary. Anyway, what I started saying just now is that if you are chasing a score that is, say, 150, 160 and above, then you have no choice but to go after the runs hard from ball 1. But a total that is sort of a middling total, you have to gauge, and that is an elegant stroke through extra cover, a long diving stop. What work done on the boundary by fielder running around from a deep point. That is Sasha Valabaneni, but unfortunately for the Central, that goes away for yet another boundary. So maybe this over number 6, will be similar to over number 4 when the Central team was batting. They scored 16 in their 4th over. 2 legal deliveries in this over have been bowled already, so 4 to come, and already have 9 on the board. So Gitika Kadali going to have to make something happen that's different from what she's already gotten here so far. Right arm pace over the wicket to the left hand, a slower delivery. This is played to short mid-off. And that's maybe a good change here, wanting to make sure that she doesn't have the batters time her the way that they wanted to. There's good representation of what I said earlier. Look at the 4th bar from the left. That was the big one, went for 16. And then the 4, all the red bars have been relatively low so far, but this one's starting out well, and that is stroked away. That's going to run away for 4 more. Solid strike from Gargi Bogle. That was solid. You've seen a lot of good ground strokes today. That might have been the best of the lot. Through the covers and racing away through extra cover for 4. So 13 runs coming from the over already. Look at this. All the way, nothing better or no better sight in cricket than a left-hander driving through the covers. And that tells you right there that all of a sudden the West has completely transformed the chase. Everything is very different from the way that it has looked so far. Here is Gitika Kadali. 2 balls remaining here in over number 6. Outside edge, wanted a single, not there. And there's only now 1 ball remaining here in the power play. So good start to the over. 13 runs, make that 14 runs, 13 from the over so far. In the air, and this is going to clear the infield to run out close to the boundary and get there now. So 17 runs coming from over number 6. This is the most expensive over of the match so far. Here we see Gita Kakadale left arm or right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, but just a little too wide, and she goes through with the shot, Gargi Bogle, and she cashes in. So a big over, 17 come from it, and this draws you just a little bit closer. Score of 32. At the same stage, the Central team had 37 runs on the board. So the two teams are certainly closer together now than they'd been before. End of 6, 32 without loss. So new bowler, it's going to be Sravia Kanamuri to continue. You're now out of the power play. This is played off the back foot to backward point. You'll get a single. But it is now going to be incumbent on the bowlers to effectively manage the damage that was done in that last over. So what you're trying to do now, you're out of the power play, so you can be a little bit more defensive in your field settings. And in fact, there's a fielder now at deep backward point. There's a fielder at deep mid-wicket. And there is long on and long off in place. So you can have a maximum of 4 outside. Those 4 are outside. And this is tossed up, driven down the ground, wide of mid-off. Chantal Stewart over to make sure that that just stays as 1 run. So long way to go here, but you feel a lot better about your chase in the last few minutes if you are the West. So starting out here, looking to see if you can start to capitalize on the damage that was done in that last over. So a couple of dots to start this over. Using the feet coming down. Can't get it past the captain, Ritu Singh, at short extra cover. So 2 singles and a dot to start this over. And all of a sudden, again, the complexion of this match has changed a lot. Played the short mid-wicket for no, or short mid-on for no run. So 2 balls remaining now in over number 7. It's going to be interesting to see how the West progresses as we compare where they are at each point in this match to where the Central was at the corresponding point. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 7. At the end of over number 7, the West had 41 runs as a score. Sravia Kanamuri outside off. Watchfully goes through to the keeper here. So where you are now, 79 balls remaining, 82 runs needed. So just over a run a ball is what you're looking at the rest of the way. Gargi Bogle, 26 from 24. Certainly the aggressor in this partnership. Yashaditi Teke, 6 from 17. And she lets this one go by. That's a good ball, and that is the end of the over. 3 runs coming from that over. So much, much better over from the standpoint of the Central team. So at the end of 7, the West has 35 without loss. Again, at the corresponding point in the Central's innings, they had 41 runs. So that gives you a comparison as to where each team is. 7 to 8 balls remaining. It's going to be an interesting chase. Stay tuned.
Bowlers, bowling change, jersey number 10, 10, 10, 10.
So Gitika Kadali bowls 1 over. And that 1 over cost 17 runs. So Captain Ritu Singh not wanting to stay with her senior pacer, but instead making a change, going to Bhumika Badiraju. You've seen spin work very effectively for this entire tournament. And in particular, the last couple of days, or the last couple of days definitely, and then certainly in the first innings in this match. So going for more spin options here. Bhumika Badiraju is a really good bowler. And paddled around the corner. This is just going to be a single. I think you'll see that when the pace is off the ball, it becomes more difficult to score. And if there's any turn associated with that lack of pace, then the spinners have proven to be very tricky. Gargi Bogle back on strike. Yashaditi Teki has been the more reserved of these two. Gargi Bogle more enterprising. Wanted to go for the big hit. Kind of a half-hearted appeal for a catch. Don't think that there was any bat involved there, but importantly, it's a dot. She's bowling around the wicket. Tossed up, and yeah, good. It's a delayed reaction there by the keeper. So I don't think that there was any chance of that being given out. Around the wicket. Big hit, but there's a fielder down there. Oh, landing short. Just landing short in the deep. Coming off the boundary that time was a fielder. Believe that's Sasha Valabaneni down there at long on. But again, you're getting those runs in ones, and so you like that if you are the Central team, especially after having absorbed such a big over in over number 6. Scoring rate has slowed down just a little bit. 3 balls to go here in over number 8. We'll see exactly how we progress from here. This is now Yashadi to take it back on strike using the feet. Oh, trouble here. It's going to be a run out. Gone. Oh, my goodness. How absolutely tragic. Wanted to steal a single. And I don't think that there was any realistic way that that was assured. So you'd almost have to be depending on the fielder to fumble the ball under those occasions. See a replay here. Came dancing down the track. The ball, full toss got to her above waist height. But because she came down the track, it was not adjudged to be a no ball. I think that that was the thinking of umpire Sandeep Gandalekar. But then, a good collection and disturbing the stumps that time by Bhumika Badiraju herself at the non-striker's end. However, it does mean that you have a new batter in, and it's interesting. I don't know if you can have a situation where it's addition by subtraction. What I mean by that is Yashaditi Teki had been scoring relatively slowly. 9 from 19 balls faced. So her strike rate was less than 50%. You've gotten rid of her, that sounds harsh. You have removed her, but you do have a new batter coming in, Anika Kolan, who I would suspect, having seen her in the past, is a more aggressive stroke maker and who is a right-hander. So now you have a lefty and a right-hand combination at the crease, which makes things difficult for the bowling side, along with a more difficult or more aggressive batter. So dot ball to Gargi Bogle, 27 from 28. Last ball coming up here in over number 8. But you never want to refuse a wicket if you have the opportunity to get one. So from that standpoint, it's a good thing for the Central team. Tossed up and dropping it behind square. Underhanded throw. A direct hit there would have been interesting, but they get a single, and that closes things out in over number 8. Interesting game developing here, 38 for 1. 38 for 1 is your score after 8. It's going to be Shravya Kanamuri who is coming back in to bowl over number 9. 2 overs so far, none for 7. Gargi Bogle, very aggressive, 28 from 29. Just a shade under a run of ball. And Annika Kolan has not yet faced a delivery, and she will not be facing here as they ran a single off the last ball of the previous over. So it's still going to be Gargi Bogle facing. Shravya Kanamuri again. 2 overs completed, none for 7. Right arm, off spin, using the feet well. Getting to the pitch but cannot get it past the bowler. So you're now starting to measure your run chase. 79 more runs needed in the next 71 balls. Big hit down the ground. It's going to be a good piece of fielding in the deep. I believe that is Sasha Valabaneni who does well to make sure that you only get 1 run there. So a good start to the over yet again. It is now going to be the right-hander on strike, Annika Kolan. And this does complicate things for the batting side when there's a for the bowling side rather, when there's a lefty and a righty in combination at the same time. So if for no other reason than the fact that you can disrupt things a little bit, you can't, the bowler is not bowling to the same line the entire time, the fielders are having to adjust. That definitely is to your advantage to have a lefty and a right-hander batting at the same time. Annika Kolan about to face her first ball. Immediately using the feet, dancing down the track, should be just 1. Good piece of work in the deep. Sasha Valabaneni again has a lot of work to do out there, but she's handling the outfield work very, very effectively. Talked about her earlier. Very good athlete across multiple sports, and you see evidence of that there. Very quick across the field, across the turf, and making sure that she limits the damage. This one is swept to mid-wicket. That is Chantal Stewart, another dot, a precious dot. 68 balls remaining, 77 runs. So this, after a big over number 6, the spinners have pulled things back here for the central team. And then let's see whether or not they can continue to build that pressure. Using the feet, lofted drive. Oh my goodness, falls short just of Jessica Willith-Gamua at long off. I'll tell you what, she did really well. That was almost a catch. She came in. It's not easy to get those low, flat drives. Came in, and there you see on the replay, just landing short of her. And just for a split second, she wasn't sure where the ball went. You can see that happen there, but all the damage is only 2 runs. And now the last ball coming up here in over number 9. Off the back foot, straight to point. And that is well fielded at that position. Oh, they give away a run. That should not have happened. Good clean pickup, but then the errant throw back to the keeper sails over her head, and they get a single. So 5 runs coming from the over. On balance, another good over for the central team. And the West is 4-3 for 1 after 9. So this should be the last over before the water break. You saw the weather graphic earlier. 92 degrees is what it was back then. I would not be surprised if it was about 94 because it feels a little bit hotter now, even in the last half an hour or so. And it's going to be Bhumika Baduraju to continue. Paddle around the corner, runs here. It may be 4 of them. A long run, diving attempt. And my goodness, it does go away for 4. That is a long sprint in the deep by Shravya Kanamuri, but not able to get to it. And a positive start to the over here. Here, look at this replay. diving attempt, but not quite able to pull it back. And so again, a positive start. Gargi Bogle feels like she's playing on a different pitch from everybody else. 36 from 35 are her figures. 36 from 35 with 5 boundaries, and this is knocked down the ground. More work to do in the deep. Diving effort. What a great piece of work by Sasha Valabaneni. Absolutely lovely. Saving 2 more runs, and it is to the point in this match where you see the energy that is being imparted into the effort to win this championship one way or the other. Both teams want it very badly, and as of right now, the team in the field is the one that is giving up everything that they can. This goes past the outside edge, throw to the keeper's end, and it's not going to be, nothing happens in terms of it being a wicket. They run through for a bye. So 3 deliveries into over number 10, 7 runs on the board. This gives you an idea here. I'll tell you what, look how that ball is turning. This ball is absolutely turning. Bhumika Badaraju finding some turn there. Now bowling to the left, to the right-handed Annika Kolan. She's 1 from 1. And it is going to be incumbent on the spinners to keep landing the ball in the right areas, because you've seen when you get the ball in the right areas, there is purchase there. So 3 balls now remaining in over number 10, 63 balls remaining in the innings. Tossed up, and that's going to be close to a no ball. Umpire Brian Kane thinking about it, but I think eventually deciding that that ball was dipping enough that that was not a no ball. Might consider herself lucky there, Bhumika. Quick look at this replay, tossed all the way up, and I think it's just that little bit of an advancement down the pitch that saved Annika Kolan from that being a no ball. Next delivery, pushes it through more quickly. In the air, catchable. Oh, over her head, and it's going to go away for 4. Oh, how big a miss is that going to be? It is the left-hander who has been doing all the damage, Gargi Bogle, and it goes right through the hands of the fielder down there at the boundary. That might be Shravya Kanamuri. Burst through the hands, came in maybe just a touch too far, misjudging that, and all of a sudden, instead of a wicket, that is 4 runs, and the batter with 42 runs against her name is still on strike. Last ball, keeps it on the ground here, drives it into the short extra cover area. That is a dot, an expensive over. 12 runs came from it. Should have been a wicket also, but doesn't matter at this point. You're down to the last 10 overs, the last 60 balls. You need 62 runs. It's going to be a photo finish on the way here. So, quick break from us here, 2 minutes or so, and then we'll be right back. So back live, Stravia Kanamori back into the attack. Lofted into the deep. That's going to land short of mid-wicket. And you're down to the last 59 balls of this match, the last 59 balls of this tournament. Your batters are Gargi Bogle, who is now on strike, 42 from 39. Annika Koland, 3 from 3. In 59 balls, the West needs 61 runs. Stroking this one, diving stop. Look at that great stop there. That's a Captain Ritu Singh. Prevents the ball from getting through. They'll still get a single, but as I said a couple of overs ago, putting everything on the line here in the field are the central team. And those deflections or those dives and those stops that are cutting off 1 or 2 runs, you never can tell what difference it makes in the big context. Big long appeal for LBW, but not given. They'll get 1. There should be a leg before wicket, or leg by, rather. There's a signal from umpire Brian Kane. Look at this replay. Let's see what umpire Brian Kane saw. Yeah, walking right across, and so the impact there clearly outside the line of off stump. And per the rules of leg before wicket, if the impact is made outside the line of off stump and the batter is playing a shot, it is not going to be given LBW. And speaking of playing a shot, using her feet and getting down the track, Gargi Bogle absolutely drills this one straight, and it goes away for 4. So 7 runs already from over number 11, just dancing down the track. Really good piece of batting that time by Gargi Bogle. And how big is that miss going to be that happened in over number 10? She was dropped on 38. She's now up to 47. Now with a chance to get to a major milestone. Oh, top edge going to be running to short third. Should just be that 1 though. And so you get the sense that both these teams are starting to feel the urgency of the moment, because the run rate required, 5.89, is actually now less than a run a ball. And so the actual run rate, just a touch lower, 5.82, but they've made up that difference tremendously. So the way to think about this is that you now have more balls remaining than runs to get. Lofted down the ground and dropped. So you've had a couple of drops in the outfield today. That's not going to make the captain very happy, as Jessica Willith-Gamua running around from long on, but not able to get to it. Annika Koland with a drive in the air, using her feet, getting down the track, and coming to her left, Jessica Willith-Gamua. That's her strong side. She's a left-hander, but it doesn't go. So the umpires getting together here to chat. I believe that the conversation is going to be whether or not it's actually the end of the over. And let's see.
The over.
That's the over, according to umpire Brian Kane. So 10 runs coming from the over. The acceleration has well and truly started. 66, make that 33 runs in the last 5 overs. So the scoring rate in the last 5 is 6.6 runs and over. You've now exceeded the number of runs that you need, or the over rate that you need.
Number 1 is going out.
5.78 runs and over is what you need from here, and the actual scoring rate is 5.91. So you're scoring at just under a run a ball. 65 runs is your score. At the end of 11, 66 of course. And so going into the last 9 overs, 54 balls, you need 52 runs. This game generally has swung in the direction in the last few overs of the West. And if you were to sort of have an educated guess as to who is in a better position, my argument would be that that would be the West. Have been the best team in the league, or in the tournament for the entire tournament so far. And you get the sense that Captain Ritu Singh agrees with that statement, because she's now brought herself back on. Bowling to the left-hander. Cut away behind point. That's going to be more runs. Might get all the way to the boundary. Long run for Chantal Stewart. Dive in. excellent effort, but it is in vain because the ball trickles over the ropes, and that is 50 for Gargi Bogle. 52 from 43. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the opening batter. Has been very aggressive from the very beginning. You see her getting a hug there from her partner, Anika Colin. This is played well. Stays back to create that additional room, and Chantal Stewart after it. She's Jamaican, so you know she's a good sprinter, but not quite able to get over the ropes or to get the ball before it goes over the rope. Straighter this time, and a wave and a miss. Oh, it's going to be wide. And so all of a sudden, things certainly have seemed like they've changed dramatically. Just one wicket down, 70 runs on the board, another 47 to get. In the air, catchable. Catchable, misjudged, and it goes over her head. This may have gone all the way for 6, actually. Waiting for confirmation here from the umpires. Umpire who was checking with the fielder. No, signaled as 4. Here we see on the replay, lofted down the ground, dragging it from a 4th stump line. Came running in a little too far, and that ball landing just in front. That's good camera work. So it lands just in front of the ropes, but certainly misjudged. I think if the West does, or the Central does go on to lose this game, I think they may only have themselves to blame because there have been a number of drops and a number of misjudged chances that they would feel that the game could be very different had they been able to take advantage of those chances. So now going into the last 3 deliveries of over number 12. Looks for the reverse. In fact, looks for the sweep. Swept around the corner. Do they want 2? They may have had the opportunity for 2 there, but decide not to. Again, the conditions are very hot. Temperature right now, my estimate would be about 95. And in the last few overs, you've had a couple of occurrences that have swung the game decidedly in the favor of the West. Floats this one up there, hammered. That's toward the gap in deep mid-wicket. A lot of work, diving attempt, not able to get there in time. And all of a sudden, the West is starting to make this look like only one team is going to win it. That is 4 runs through that gap in mid-wicket. A sprint, a long sprint from Sasha Valabaneni, but not even her could get to that one. And all of a sudden, this game has absolutely changed. 1 ball remaining here in over number 12. 79 runs on the board, just another 38 needed. Pushes this one through more quickly, but unfortunately for her, she'll have to re-bowl that. So 15 from the over so far. 15 from the over with 1 to come. Anika Colin, 9 from 6. Gargi Bogle, 57 from 46. Floated this one up in the air. Good ball to close things out, but much of the damage has already been done. 15 from the over, 45 from the last 5. 9 and over is the average for the last 5 overs. And I'll tell you that as of this stage, it feels like only one team is going to win this. 37 more needed in the next 48 balls. We'll be right back. So we're down to the last 8 overs, and we talked about the conditions. Not a cloud in the sky, at least not directly overhead. There's some to our northeast, and there that gives you the sense that sun is beating down, and it is 95 degrees. The feels like temperature is well above that. In the afternoon, it's going to be 100, but I'll tell you right now, it actually feels like it's hotter than that. If you're in the sun, it obviously feels a lot hotter. And if you're in any part of the stadium where there's concrete, then it absolutely feels hotter than that as well. This is played into the short mid-wicket area. Captain Ritu Singh, almost with a half chance at a catch there. Not successful, though. By the way, it's a new bowler, Ananya Anish. And Ritu Singh pulling out all the stops to see how she can get a wicket. Absolutely on the way here to getting a victory is the West, unless the Central can make something important happen. full length, driven right past the bowler herself or past the batter. No run, a couple of dots. You like having dot balls. That does end up building a little bit of pressure, but much of the pressure you would think would be off the shoulders of the West because they've gotten a really good passage of play the last 6 or 7 overs, scoring at a much higher rate than they would have needed to win this game. And again, I talked about it earlier, the fact that they lost a wicket, the one wicket they lost is the wicket of the batter who was essentially scoring at less than a run every 2 balls. So it actually ended up being a benefit to them for the opener to have been dismissed. That other opener who was dismissed, again, her scoring rate was much lower than what everybody else's scoring rate has been. That opener was Yashaditi Teki. And with her dismissal, the scoring rate actually picked up. So good bowling here, Ananya Nish. So the 4th ball of the over goes for a single. I'll tell you what, the direct hit there might have been interesting. But that single does mean that the new batter is going to be on strike. Anika Kolan, 9 from 7. Gargi Bogle, much of the damage, you get the sense, has already been done. 58 from 50. She was dropped 20 runs ago, at least from her standpoint. She was on 38 at that point. She has scored another 20 runs, gotten to her half century, and it feels like they're running downhill now. Just another 36 runs needed for victory here and 44 balls remaining. So your scoring rate required is actually under 5. 4.9 is what you need from here. And this is now Ananya Nish. Very full, played into the leg side, diving, tumbling attempt by Chantal Stewart. A lot of work to do in the field so far today. And she's fielded well, but unfortunately, at least from the perspective of a central team, another single that takes the West closer to what really at this point feels like a very convincing victory. Last ball coming up here in over number 13. Again, Ananya Nish is the bowler. She's bowling very well, actually. Just 2 runs from 5 balls bowled so far. Dancing down the track that time was Gargi Bogle looking to throw the bowler off, and it appears as though she may have done exactly that. Because as of right now, you've gotten to the point where only one team, you get the sense, is going to win this. As Gargi Bogle's figure so far, 4 matches, no wickets taken, but she's bowled at a decent pace or a decent economy rate. But as of right now, there's her score, 58 from 50, 9 fours. Hammered straight past the bowler, but straight down the ground to Jessica Willith-Gamua. And that is a single that closes things out here in over number 13. 4 runs coming from that over, 3 runs off the bat and a wide. And at the end of 13, the score is 84 for 1. So this pair came together when the score was 37. So they have put together a partnership of 47 from 32. That gives you a sense of how fast that they've been scoring. And looking for yet another change. Captain Ritu Singh looking to find the number of possible ways where she can get a wicket. There you see your Manhattan, where the red buildings are tremendously taller than the blue ones in much of the second half of that graphic, with the exception of the last over. But this is going to be a new bowler. It's going to be Sainavi Kambalapali. And her job now is to see how many dot balls she can bowl. That's paddled around the corner. A long run for deep backward square leg, and it's a run that is in vain. So, goes away for 4. That is absolutely a great way for the West to start this over number 14. Does mean that Gargi Boglin moves on into the 60s now. 63 from 52 balls, 52 balls faced rather. And this one just swept away around the corner. From that line, you're wanting that ball to be somewhere on off stump. And she bowled it probably on leg. From around the wicket, that angle will always present scoring opportunities. Tossed up, swept around the corner again, this time straight to deep backward square leg. So 5 runs from the first 2. You're down now to the last 28 runs needed. 89 runs on the board, scoring at the rate of 6.68. That scoring rate has certainly picked up in the last several overs, as I said. And you're now at the stage where you're essentially running downhill. So from here, the right-handed Anika Colin is on strike. 10 from 8. Plays off the back foot straight to Captain Ritu Singh at extra cover. So you're now, again, 39 balls needed. Sainavi Kambalapali, 5 runs conceded in this over. Here's the next delivery. Pulled down to deep long on. It's going to be Sasha Valabaneni, who has had a tremendous amount of work to do and has fielded very well for the most part. A couple of fumbles here and there, but generally a big asset to the team in the field. But it does now mean that with them not being able to prevent the runs from being scored, singles are coming relatively easily. Full toss right on the toe. Umpire Sandeep Gundalekar, I think, thinking that this one might be drifting down. An angle from around the wicket, spearing in toward the pads. So I'm thinking that that would have missed leg stump. And might get a quick replay here. In fact, we might get back to that. The stroke down the ground, a long run for Sasha Valabaneni. She's not going to be able to get there. Yet another boundary. 10 runs come from that over. And a 23-run margin separates the West from victory. Tossed up, and there's the shout for leg before. Good look at that one again. It's drifting down leg. And impact also is outside the line of leg stump. So not a lot going for that appeal. And then to compound the misery, the next ball is put away over extra cover for yet another boundary. Gargi Boglin now up to 68 from 55, playing what appears to be a match-winning innings. Let's call it a championship-winning innings, because only now 23 runs separating them from victory. And this is now going to be going back to the primary bowler. In fact, Ananya Nisha's bowled 1, and she'll now be bowling another. 1 over that went for 4 runs. So maybe you need another over with those types of figures. Looking to run this off the back foot. Nobody in the deep at backward point. There's a deep third, but she's very straight. So anything that runs to the left of the fielder at backward point would run away for 4. So that would have been the thinking behind playing that shot. But a dot to start over number 15. You'll never want to refuse that. Need to see how you can build on that here if you're Ananya Nish. Next ball. Looks to work it around the corner. No run there. A couple of dots. You like this. If you're going to get back into this match, number 1, you need wickets. You absolutely need wickets. And then number 2, you would attempt, or you'd like to start building some pressure even when you don't take wickets. And it's now to the point where whether or not you take wickets, whether or not you build pressure, only 23 runs to play with in the next 34 balls. So again, I said it earlier, it pretty much feels like there's only one team that will be winning this from here. But again, in track terms, you need to run through the tape. So you keep all your disciplines about you and keep doing exactly what you're doing right now, building pressures. In the air, throw at the non-striker's end, not going to be in time. That is again Chantal Stewart, who's had a lot of work to do. Quick throw to the non-striker's end, but didn't think that there was any realistic chance of that being given out. And umpire Brian Kane is the one who confirms that that was not out. 3 balls remaining here in over number 15. 95 for 1 is your score. 22 more runs needed. And the scoring rate required now is just 4 and over. So getting more and more easy for you. Stroked into the covers, no run there yet again is Chantal Stewart. And let's see the extent to which you're going to have the next 2 deliveries bowled. It's going to mean that you have just that much time. This is a truck down the ground. 1 bounce, 2 bounces in front of Jessica Willeth-Gamua. And now just 1 ball remaining here in over number 15. Stroked into extra cover, quick single take and the throw coming to the non-strikers or to the striker's end, but not in time. That is the end of over 15. And again, the process of accumulating the runs needed for victory is getting more and more easy for the West. End of 15, the score is 97 for 1. Just 20 more runs, and this is going to get much worse because this is a full toss that is above waist height. It's going to be adjudged no ball by umpire Brian Kane, and it does mean that you're about to have not only a single from that delivery, but this next ball is about to be a free hit, and it's a free hit to a young lady who is on 69 from 57. And so this essentially becomes about the worst development that you can have as a bowler. You've conceded a no ball, and you've also now gotten to the point where you're bowling that free hit delivery to a batter who has almost 70 runs against her name. Next delivery coming up now. And again, this is a free hit. Down the track and lofting it into the deep. Couple of bounces. Doesn't hurt her as much as it could have. That's Jessica Willeth-Gamua down there at deep mid-wicket. So that single brings up the 100, and with that 100 you're only looking at now another 17 runs from the next 29 balls. Gargi Bogley now gets into the 70s, 70 from 58. Tossed up, driven back past the bowler. A couple of runs? No, just 1. Good strong throw, couple bounces back to the non-striker's end. In the air, doesn't quite get there. Chantal Stewart can't get to it, and then it hits the ground and spins away, as sometimes you see that happen. It just ends up being another single. Look at the replay here. Sprinting in, and boy, sometimes that ball off the edge of the bat is spinning, and then it hits the ground and turns away viciously, almost like from a leg or off break. Down to the last 15 balls, 102 runs on the board. Short and in the air, Cole just landing short of Ritu Singh at short extra cover. They'll get 2 runs here easily. That's a long run around the corner for the fielder coming across from long off. And so now you're down to the last 2 balls here in over number 16. Bhumika Badaraju, none for 21 from her 2.4, lofted in the air. Does she have her first wicket here? No, she won't. It will land in front of Sasha Valabaneni. Last ball coming up. Played off the back foot, more runs here, at least 2 of them. You would think, no, in fact, they've settled down. They've already decided all they need is just that one that in fact will keep Gargi Bogle on strike. And that is the end of over number 16. The West, right on the verge of victory here in this 2024 USA Women's Cricket Senior National Championships 2024. They are 106 for 1. Ananya Nish to continue. Just 11 runs away now for the West. Edged and gone. Look at that. She strikes. It might be a case of too little, too late, but you'll absolutely accept the wicket when you get it. Ananya Nish has bowled well. 2 overs, none for 7. And the first ball of her 3rd over, she finds the edge of Yashaditi, or of Gargi Bogle's bat. This should give us a good look here. Standing on off-stump guard. And the ball is outside off, slashing and dying as it got to wicketkeeper Pooja Ganesh, and she did very well to take that catch. It was a thick edge, so good on her to be able to keep up with that edge. But from the Central's perspective, much of the damage has already been done. In fact, most of the damage has already been done. Gargi Bogle with an absolutely tremendous, tremendous effort with the bat. 70 runs scored from, in fact, 72 runs scored from 61 balls with 11 fours. So absolutely tremendous batting from her, and effectively single-handedly taking her team to the verge of victory. So, new batter, Lasya Mulapudi. She will be now facing her first delivery from Ananya Nish. Her figures are now 1 for 7 from 2.1, meaning 2 overs and 1 ball. And you're now getting to the point where it's just a matter of knowing exactly what over this match is going to be finished in, because effectively just 8 or 2 wickets down and needing somewhere around less than 3 runs and over to win. It's going to be pretty straightforward victory, you would think. But again, I said it earlier, you still need to run through the tape. So wanting to make sure that you at least stay with your disciplines and do what you need to do to get to the point that you complete the match with your head held high. Next delivery goes past the outside edge again. So this is good bowling. She's bowled a good spell, Ananya Anish. And so 3 dot balls here in her third over. She's only conceded 7 runs. Bowling overs 13, 15, and now 17. In her first over, 13, she gave up 4 runs, one of which was a wide. Over 15, only conceded 3 runs. And now over 17, 3 dots so far, including a wicket. Appeal for leg before, not out, but yet another dot ball. So this is good going. Another look at this outside the line of off stump and probably high as well. So not a lot going for that shout. But anyway, 2 balls remaining here in over number 17. And this is going to be again Ananya Anish. This one going around the leg side, and this is an attempted sweep. Not making contact, but umpire Brian Kane with the outstretched arms. That takes you to within 10 runs of victory. 107 runs on the board. Just another 10 now needed. Your target of 117, you'll end up achieving that in a relatively short frame of time given the pressure of the finals. This is a really good effort by the West. Looking to play this on the offside. Overcorrection made here, because this goes away too far now. Still 1, but make that 2 balls remaining. And it's now fewer than double-digit runs needed for victory with 20 balls left to go. Yet another wide. So 3 wides on the trot now. And the small margin of 2 boundaries is what separates the West from victory here. So she's bowled well so far in this inning, in this over. Nothing off the bat yet, but 3 consecutive wides in the last 3 balls means that she's having just a little bit of trouble closing things out. And still 2 legal balls to go here in the over. Played back to short extra cover, underhanded throw. That's good work by Ritu Singh, but a dive saves Lasya Malapudi that time. We'll get a single. This should give you a good look at it here. She finally gets the ball straight enough on the stump, not quite on the stumps, but within the wide line, and then Ritu Singh picking up and underhanding it. Here comes a slide. Oh, good looking slide. And that means just 1 ball now remaining over 17. Played into the offside. Yes is the call. Good throw, but they get there without much fuss. And so that is a single that closes things out in over number 17. You are 6 runs away from victory. If you're the West, congratulations in advance for being easily the most dominant team in the entire tournament. And the coaching staff and management of the West must be completely satisfied with everything that they've accomplished so far, because this has been, again, a really dominant performance that is essentially indicative of a high level of coaching, a high level of skill, and more than anything else, you've gotten yourselves on the verge of what will be a very convincing victory here in the 2024 USA Cricket Women's Senior National Championships from right here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. Ritu Singh is going to go down firing. She's going to bowl her last over. Overs 2, 4, and 12 is what she's bowled so far. And she's now going to be bowling her last over with just 6 runs separating the West from victory. Swipe and a miss. Dot ball starts over number 18. Down to the last 17 balls here. 6 runs needed from 17 balls. So less than 3 runs a ball needed. Or 3 runs and over, my apologies. Using her feet, driving well toward deep extra cover. That's going to be 4 runs, is it? Yep, gets there now. Absolutely lovely shot. Nika Colan now 23 from 21. Her strike rate back up above 100. And it's now just 2 runs that are separating the West from victory. Look now for them to bring the field in, I would think, to prevent these runs from scoring. In theory, nothing should be easy, but in fact, they've just switched fielders. The fielder is now Jessica Willith-Gamoa out at deep, long off. Long on, also in position, also deep mid-wicket. 2 runs needed. Quick single taken there. Your scores are level. And the next run of any flavor will result in the West team being the champions of the USA Cricket Women's Senior National Championships. And now everybody's inside the circle. It is Lassia Mulapudi who is on strike, 1 from 4. Essentially, you don't get the sense that there will be anything else for Anika Colan to do, 24 from 22. And it's just a matter of knowing what the final run is going to look like. And the fumble throw to the striker's end, not in time. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of your match. Really brilliant effort here from the West as they take victory. A very easy victory in the end. Ends up being a victory by the margin of 8 wickets. And that 8-wicket margin means that they have done what they needed to do to pull things all the way back to the point where you've gotten a very solid victory. So a quick look at the full scorecard, because where you are now, Gargi Bogle dominating from the very top, 72 from 61. Yasha Dititeki, 7 from 19, but as I said earlier, her dismissal actually brought the West more within range of victory, because the batters who came after her, particularly Anika Colan, scored very quickly, above a run a ball, 24 from 22, and it means that the West gets the victory in relatively straightforward fashion. Here you see the scorecard. Ananya Nish, 1 wicket, the other wicket was a run out, and the other bowlers were all relatively decent, maybe slightly with the exception of the 117 run over conceded by Gitika Kadali. But that is the end of the coverage here from the finals of the USA Women's Cricket Senior National Championships 2024. Stay tuned with us. We're going to have a short end of match ceremony, I would believe, and that's coming up here shortly. But for now, let's go silent. And just to reiterate where we are, the West chasing down the target of 116 or 117 in a relatively straightforward fashion, doing it with 8 wickets in hand. What a wonderful victory for the West. And so join us here for the closing ceremony in the next few minutes. For now, we'll go silent and we'll see you soon.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something
Mic check, warning, mic
about
check.
how we
Mic
dance
check.
in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We're living like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. Evenings been taking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive.
Oh, what this one? She's bold. She's bold. That one
Short again. This one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sailing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid wicket. Excellent take up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
Again, this one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sealing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid wicket. Excellent take up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, big minds in the middle of you. You always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive. What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and
Short again. This one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sealing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid-wicket. Excellent take-up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
Again, this one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sealing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid-wicket. Excellent take-up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You always been taking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We come alive. What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, 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 we come alive.
Oh, what this one? She's bold. She's bold. That one cute.
Short again. This one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sealing.
When it's full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid wicket. Excellent take up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
Again, this one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful day for sealing.
When it's full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid wicket. Excellent take up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive. What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime.
Shot again. This one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sailing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid-wicket. Excellent take-up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
Again, this one is pulled, and this one should make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. See that lovely yacht passing the Bedford Channel. Wonderful before sailing.
One is full and beautifully held by the fielder at short mid-wicket. Excellent take-up.
This one is polished off the back foot through the covers, and it's 2 runs, and the USA have won.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark. It's like you know me in the depths of my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be a final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. It's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive.
It's you, late nights in the middle of June. You always been faking me out.
Mic check 1, mic check 1.
We come alive. We come alive. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I, we come alive. Oh, we come alive. We come alive. sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life. Deep connection lights a spark.
Where do you want them? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match ceremony. If I can have your attention. Welcome to the post-match ceremony of the 2024 Women's Championship. Don't want to keep everybody for a very long time, but there are some acknowledgements that we need to have. First, before we do anything else, let's thank the facility. In fact, before we do that, there's some gentlemen who stayed out here for the entirety of this tournament who braved 105 degrees and performed their jobs diligently. So please, all players and parents, I want you to say thanks to the umpires. Specifically, the umpires who worked the finals, Mr. Brian Kane and Mr. Sandeep Gondalekar. And also the umpires who were not here but represented us with great distinction, Govind Raj and Jatin Carver. Thank you. Second, there are not very many facilities anywhere in the world that are better than this place. And you know that preparing a cricket facility like this does not happen by accident. So I want to thank all of the individuals involved with the maintenance of the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium, particularly Mr. Zubin Sarkari. Where is he? Zubin, thank you. And the man who is hard at work in the center right now making this place pretty, Mr. David Agnew. Third, a lot of volunteers involved, and I want specifically to thank the volunteers who kept the umpires and kept the commentators on target with their scoring. Ranjit Singh, thank you. And Rajiv Tadani, thank you. In addition, you've seen this person around the entire day or the entire week, and he's probably about the most positive person I've ever met, and his contributions are no less appreciated, Mr. Ganesh Krishnamurthy. This tournament was streamed live to an audience of thousands every single match, and we don't do that without the efforts of that gentleman up there. Say hello to Mr. Hassan. And of course, the coaches all perform very well. Coaches do what they do, but to be able to herd all of the women, all of the men, all of the parents, that is a really hard job. So I want to thank all of the team managers from the West. From the West, Miss Mitali Das. From the East, John Aaron and Avni Patel. From Central, Dharmendra Jambula. And Southwest, Mr. Sudhakar Kanamuri. And finally, before we get to the individual and team awards, all of this does not take place without the efforts of somebody who is very dedicated. And if you, maybe you weren't listening during the game because you were busy, but we had a good conversation about how to do our best to spread cricket, and specifically women's cricket in this country. The U.S. Women's Cricket Coordinator, Ms. Celeste DeToy. So as far as the individual awards are concerned, I'm going to ask one of you two young gentlemen. Let's call. Look, Brian Kane it is. By the way, Mr. Brian Kane, for those who do not know you, where can they find you online? Because your contributions are very, very important. Where can they find you online?
TikTok and Instagram, brc.crick.um. Thank you very much, ladies, to everybody who follows me here. Thank you very much. Mostly here to umpire cricket.
Mostly. The first award that I would like to hand out is for the match that was just completed. I think you all can probably guess who the player of the match is. Ms. Gargi Bogle. And Gargi, do not go anywhere because the next award is the best batter for the finals, Ms. Gargi Bogle. And so panning out just a little bit now, the best fielder of the tournament. And this young lady, if I'm not mistaken, had a fifer of catches yesterday at extra cover, Disha Dhingra. Well done, Disha. And maybe we'll ask Mr. Aaron, come on up. The next award, and this one is for the bowler who had the highest number of wickets, Sanvi Madi. One other volunteer. Who else wants to come up and hand out a trophy? Oh, Celeste DeToy. Next award is for the best bowler in terms of economy rate. And I really love this young fast bowler, left-hander. Please, Jessica Olukamua. next award. Who is going to hand out the next award? Please, one of you back here. Up, fine, come on up. You're standing here, please, sir. Next award is for the best wicket keeper of the tournament. This young lady had a couple of stumpings in today's match. She was not needed with the bats. Sindhusri Harsha. And this is now, you know, when we're getting to the big awards, because we're bringing up the important people now. Tournament Most Valuable Player. And hopefully you all know who this is. Congratulations to this young lady yet again, Gargi Bogle. Very well done, Gargi. So just the last two, I'm going to ask, obviously we had a wonderful match out here today. The best two teams in the tournament, the West against the Central. Central fought hard, but they just had too much firepower to go up against. So I'm going to ask the second place captain, Ritu Singh, to come forward. Ritu, I'm going to ask you to call forward each of your players and present a medal to each one of them. So call them each by name. Huh? By name, yeah.
Geetika Kodali.
Right? Oh, you also could hang it around their necks if you like. Ritu Singh, thank you very much. Very well done. And finally, again, the team that I think conclusively proved itself to be head and shoulders above everybody else. Sindhusri Harsha, come forward, please. So first, I want to have you give your medal to each one of your players, and then we'll award the trophy.
Absolutely.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, for the very last time in this tournament, thank you to everybody and congratulations to the West, the 2024 Women's T20 Championships. You want to call your players up? Yeah. Oh, okay. Lovely. Players, come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're finishing things up here, congratulations once again to the 2024 Women's T20 Champions, the West. Join us later on this evening or this weekend for the U19 Championships. For now, signing off from Grand Prairie, Texas.